Right, before we start, get behind your players. You can have as much banter as you want. When they're on the shots, I don't want no shouting out. There's people in here know how I ref. Don't think you'll get away with it. I'll point you out. I've had a word with the doorman. You'll be straight out. There's no chances. They're here for a good time. You're here for a good time. Game on.
I'm trying.
Stop it at 20 frames for a break. He's going to come off from mate 3 in a minute.
Stop looking off in the A shirt as well. Boys. Who the fuck is this guy?
It's a good afternoon and it's a very warm welcome. This is Beer Productions. We're coming to you live from Spot On in Sneinton, where we've got a feast of pool this afternoon, an absolute mouth-watering match. Well, I'm very excited about this game. Mark Boyle, in fact, Beer Productions have covered both of these players in the past. Mark Boyle against Clint Hansen. Mark, we saw winning against Craig Waddingham in a hill match just over a year ago, and Clint Hansen we saw play against Yannick Bothills from Leeds probably about 18 months ago. Great to see this matchup. Can't pick a winner between the two. Mark's won the lag, and he's going to get first frame underway. And he's in business from his first shot. Makes a ball off the break. Nothing too easy to start him off with. Yeah, so we're in Sneinton in Nottingham. Beer Productions have decamped from the West Country, made the long journey up. My name's Nick Finn. I'm here with Paul Moulding and George Tutorian. And as I say, we are Beer Productions. To introduce you to the players, we've got Mark Boyle. He is 35 years old, Mr. Magic. He's sales engineer from Cumbernauld. He lives up in Falkirk now, and he relinquishes the table early doors to Clint. Clint will be happy about that. Already a big crowd in the room. I mean, this is reminiscent of our visit to Falkirk. There's already a couple hundred people in here, easily a couple hundred. They're crowded around the table. They're watching it on the big screen because we're streaming it up onto the big screen. Early mistake there from Clint. Mark's going to feel happy about that. We're playing Black Bull rules, and look at that pot. £30,000 up for grabs for the winner. 30 grand. What a sizable pot that is. Be really interested to hear from you. Be interested to hear your opinions of who you think is going to win. It's a race to 25. As I say, Black Bull rules. And the opponent is Clint Hansen. Clint's 28 years. He's from Nottingham, from Nottinghamshire. He's got a son, Riley. I believe he's 5 years old. Started playing when he was 12, and his influence that got him into the game was his dad. His biggest achievement to date is it was a losing achievement, but losing in the final of the World Championships to Gareth Potts. Gareth, I guess the arch nemesis from that day back in 2013 is also in the room, watching on with interest. In fact, he's just stood a few meters away from me, watching the game on the big screen. We do hope to get a bit of a coup later on. Hopefully, get Gareth on commentary for a little bit, just to talk about his Masters win. Fresh back from China, from winning that Chinese 8-ball Masters. What a fantastic result that was for him, taking it to the Chinese. So yeah, score predictions, please. We're live on Facebook and we're live on live stream. Either one. Live stream, you can go to the Beard Productions channel, and if you have issues with either stream, you can switch between the two. So we're live on Facebook on the Beard Productions page, and we are live on Facebook on the Beard Productions page. So live stream on Facebook. Already see there's a decent crowd gathering online. So looking at the comments in the chat box, it looks like everyone's in favour of Mark. I mean, Clint's got some pedigree too. I think he topped the IPA rankings in 2015, I believe. Last year, I think it was Mark Farnsworth, but Clint won it the year before, I believe. But I'm a big fan of both of these players. Love watching Mark Boyle play. So excited when we got this game. And really enjoy watching Clint as well. Two very, very clinical players. Such a fantastic matchup. And there we go. Mark Boyle takes first blood. And you can hear that he's got a bit of travelling support. Maybe there may have been a few more here today, but obviously another game in action today. This evening is Scott Ross. He's playing against Carlo Donahue. So two of the Scottish big names playing over in England this weekend. You can stick with us all evening. What we will try and do is we'll try and keep you in touch with all of the scores from around the country. There's some big games going on tonight. In fact, in progress at the moment is Shane Thompson against Ben Davis. And this evening, Scott Ross is playing Carl Donahue, and also, I believe, the Soul Man, John Sullivan, is playing Stephen Lee. So some real mouth-watering matches. So we'll try and keep you abreast of all those scores, so you just stick right with us all evening, and we'll take you through the action on this game and keep you updated with those other ones at the same time. So as I say, we are at the Spot On Sneinton up in Nottingham. It's just outside the town centre, and I have to say it's a very impressive club. If I can describe it for you, it's I don't know much about area, but it's a big old space. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a big space. It's a lovely high ceiling, probably 12, 15 foot high ceiling, so it feels airy. There are probably about a dozen snooker tables at one end of the room, and then it's intersected by the bar. And I would say they've probably got about 8 or 9 pool tables in action. Today, they only have one. It's set up in this arena. We'll have a look around the arena later when we get a bit of a break in the action. We'll get George to have a bit of a scan around with the camera so you can see. It's, yeah, that kind of paints the picture for you, and it's a bit of a hotbed. The crowd are clustered around the table. There's at least a couple hundred people. For 4 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon, I'd say that's pretty huge. Very exciting. Already the atmosphere, you can cut it with a knife. Our referee in action today is John Attridge. I don't know if you heard John's opening plaudits, but he said he's not going to take any grief from anybody today. It's probably the best start I've ever heard from a referee. Just laying down the rules early doors and saying, no messing. Any nonsense and the doorman are throwing you out. So everyone on their best behaviour tonight, I think. Otherwise, John's going to snarl at them. So here we see Clint going about his action. And I've been so busy looking around the room, I only have to assume this is from the break. And I think this match is quickly going to go to 1-1. So here we go. Carl thinks that Clint's going to edge this one, 25-23. And you hear the slightly bigger roar from the Clint home fans as Clint gets himself on the scoreboard. And it's 1 apiece. That's an absolute, that's a vicious brute of a break. But he's lost the white. Early doors, he won't be concerned. So he needs to play through. Both players need to play through the early nerves. Doesn't matter what kind of demeanour you've got, you're always going to feel it early doors. But there's Clint. He looks cool as a cucumber, doesn't he? Hey, Mowgli, otherwise known as. He doesn't so much walk around the table. He kind of slinks around the table. got some real rhythm about him as he wanders around. Almost looks like he's listening to reggae music. Just working out now what he's going to do with his free shot. Looks like he wants to take yellows. I mean, both sets of balls clearly have problems. Reds have greater problems, I would suggest. In the ideal world, he'd like to move the 2 yellows at the bottom of the table, get them away from the cushion, and it pretty much opens up the game for him. But he's just looking at how he can do that and then guarantee himself his next shot. So now it looks like he may be setting up on reds. It's always difficult on this first shot to tell what the players are going for, because sometimes they play a developing shot on the red, maybe just to push it safe and then take yellows anyway. Of course, this is a free ball, so they can literally play whatever they want. It was a clever shot. He just tried to move one red onto the other, take the one off the bottom rail. Didn't quite come off, but now he's still got open table. That was his free shot. I'm sure you're all familiar with black ball rules, but for those of you who don't, it's 2 shots don't carry. It's a free visit and a visit for a foul. So the free visit players tend to either put one of their opponent's balls safe, or they more usually try to develop one of their own balls, or develop, if they've got 2 or 3 hard balls, they'll try and develop all 2 or 3 at the same time. Mick Riley, welcome, and he's saying ball 25-22. Paul White, he's saying 25-21 to Boyle. Good to hear your predictions. Always interested to hear who thinks going to win, so keep them coming in. Nice to see some familiar faces joining the stream as well. Friends of Beer Productions, you're always welcome, plus anybody else. You're all welcome to join us on this Saturday afternoon to watch this. On paper, it's got the potential to be an absolute epic, hasn't it? A race to 25 frames for £30,000. Stuart Piper, he's sitting on the fence there. He's saying 25-24 to either player. Because Clint's played some money matches before. Played Jordan Shepherd for, I think about... Is it about 30,000 they played for? It was a big game anyway. Ian Allen, he played for 10k. He says his biggest influence is his dad, but also Mick Hill and Darren Appleton, 2 big influences on his game. Of course, Mick's been in action recently over in the USA. Went over and played up in New York, and then some of the boys travelled on from there down to the Derby City Classic. In fact, Darren's still playing in the 9-ball. Another friend of Beer Productions, Jason Schulz over there. He just won another event, the absolute machine that he is. He won the 10-ball, and Chris Melling even did well. I think he got to the last 7 or last 8 of the banks. It sounds unusual to say last 7, but it works that way because all the players get an extra buyback, so they basically get a rebuy. So when they go out the tournament, they come back in again. So I think there was 7 left at the point he went out. And from what I can make out, he found a newfound hunger for the American game. He really enjoying himself. Met Chris, had a drink with him during the Moscone Cup. Met him up in London, and very good to see him too. It's nice to see him renewing his hunger and passion. But every time you see Chris, he seems to have found a new hunger for something else. Of course, Chris Melling, the only player to ever be a professional player at snooker, 8-ball and 9-ball at the same time. And yeah, every time. And now, of course, he's I think he's picked up a Chinese sponsor, and he's playing a lot over in China. I think he may be sponsored by Star. So he's got a new hunger for a different game every time I see him. But what a talent! I mean, he just seems to be able to switch from one game to another with absolute ease. Nice little safety there from Clint. He lost his way with the position, got himself out of trouble, but couldn't play an attacking shot with that one. So he's left this just a tiny bit awkward. Mark just having a look now to see if that ball's touching. If it's not touching, he should have a fairly easy shot just to come off the rail and settle up behind it and leave a pretty tricky snooker, to be honest. I don't think there's a path up and down the table, so if you can play that shot, if it's touching the cushion, it's a lot more difficult, because obviously he has to hit a cushion, make contact with the cushion afterwards. So the fact he hasn't played that shot leads me to believe it's probably touching the cush. Anything else is packed with a lot of risk. He was just looking at the angle there to play off the cushion and double into the middle yellow of the three to try and push it over the pocket, but obviously fraught with danger. So it looks like he's just going to flick off this one and play a similar shot. Haven't he played that well? Opened up a bit of a gap. He would have wanted to leave that yellow there because it was obviously covering the path. There's no natural path. I think the black's in the way, to be honest. I don't think he can go up and down the table. Maybe to come past the yellow nearest the blue spot with a bit of side and then go to cushion. That's what he's looking at now. Danny Jones thinks Clint's going to win 25-18. Matthew Johnson 25-18, but not sure who to. Lee Vasher 25-22 to Clint. So the support for Clint's coming in there. I think Boyle's just edging it still in the chat box. 25-21 says Gio Adam. John Armstrong 25-19 to Boyle. Ben Prowse 25-21 to Clint. Chris Ferrier thinks Boyle by 6 or 7. So it's great to have you on board. This is Beer Productions on Saturday afternoon. My name's Nick Finn. I'm going to take you through the proceedings this evening. As I say, hopefully we might have some guest commentators in later. I did have a quick chat with Gareth Potts earlier. Hopefully he'll be joining us to talk us through his Masters win. Be lovely to hear from Gareth. If you haven't done so before, then please, all we ask from you really is that you go to our Facebook page and give us a like. I know many of you have previously, and our army is growing ever bigger, and it's great to have you on board. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind just going to our Facebook page, Beer Productions on Facebook, and clicking the like button. And then you'll be informed of all the events we've got coming up, and we've got a lot of events this year. We've got a packed calendar. Tournaments from the Savannah, the Elite. We're at Players Club. We're covering the EPA, European Championships, the World Championships. We have an absolute feast of pool coming up this year, and we are very excited about it. So yeah, you'll hear about, you'll get notifications on all of those things if you give us a like on Facebook. And I'll plug that periodically throughout the evening. Apologies if you get bored listening to me say it, but it is quite important to us. It's one of the ways that we manage to survive. And it increases our profile. Nicholas Wesley Davis, 25-19 to Boyle. Richard Hardy said he'd beat both of these, but maybe about 20 years ago. Paul Aird, 25-23 to Boyle. Nicky Duncan, 25-21 to Boyle. David Breakwell, Clint to win 25-23. 25-22 to Boyle from Lee Humble. Really interesting to see these predictions. It's definitely, I'd say it's weighted about 60-40 in Boyle's favour. I headed up to the game yesterday between Carlo Donahue and Paul Dempsey. Sorry, Paul. What am I talking about? Absolute nonsense. Stevie Dempsey against Paul Riley. Let's get that right. I get both of their names wrong there. Think before you speak. Yeah, Stevie Dempsey against Paul Riley. Cracking match between those two. Stevie was a bag of nerves throughout the first half of the game, and the break came at the right time for him. He was 14-11 down. He came back an absolute beast. He was different class in the second half, and unlucky to Paul Riley. What a lovely gent he is. Nice to meet you again, Paul. Unlucky yesterday, but you'll bounce back. What a quality player. Two high-class players there. Incredible. I mean, this must be the weekend of pool. The weekend of all weekends. So the first two frames took probably about 6 minutes between them, and this one's taken about 15 minutes since. That's clever stuff from Mark. He could have easily gone for that. He could have dropped that in, but it wasn't a gimme, and then he's got to get out to get position for a long pot, and then the blacks in a, the balls, they just weren't naturally given to get in position from one to another. There wasn't a real route map there, and of course in black ball rules, Clint has to try and get out of this snooker. There's no deliberate fouls. So there's nowhere safe on the table, so pretty sure we're going to see Clint hitting this one with some pace, trying to fluke it somewhere. Clint is a main feature on the IPA tour now. Steadfast, steady player. I don't think anyone wants to get drawn against Clint Hansen. You see his name come up in the draw, and it's a bit of an inward groan, I think. And Mark just shows his class every time he plays. Solid, steady, just such economy of cue ball. Never needs to do anything fancy. And he takes the lead 2-1. Good afternoon to Mark Farnsworth joining on the stream. It's hello to you and congratulations on your win last week. Very well played. Unarguably one of the best black ball players in the world now. Has been for some time, I think. It's great watching that game. Dino Reed thinks 25-22 to Boyle. Clint gets frame number 4 underway. And he finds a red ball. No particularly easy reds to continue with. Of course, doesn't have to nominate. It's still an open table after the break, no matter what goes down. I think, given the choice of the two sets, he would probably prefer reds. Slightly better layout. I think the red passes, the one just above the black passes into the corner bag. He could flick the black out of the way and push the red towards the pocket. I mean, I say it just because the yellow on the bottom rail and also the yellow on the tied up next to the red. I think the red actually pots, but I don't think the yellow next to it does. So, but the only problem is there's no real easy opener. Straight up the barrel, you can see there's an easy opening yellow. Dead straight in the corner, but yeah, it's not the best layout, this one. Work to be done. Good evening to Jordan Shepherd as well, joining us on the stream. Lovely to have you on board, Jordan. Always a pleasure. When's your next money match, sir? We have some pool gods in the house, not just in this house. I say Gareth Potts is in the room with us. Some of the elite pool players from the country. As I say, Mark Farnsworth, Jordan, Mick Hill's just joined us. Great to have you watching on a Saturday afternoon. Hopefully, these two guys can do themselves credit, and we have a really great high-quality match between them. In fact, I have no doubt whatsoever that we will. There's Mark. Looks focused. Lovely man, Mark. Quietly spoken. Real gentleman. High quality player. I'd be quite interested to count the balls missed in open plays in open play during this match, or the unforced errors, because I just get the feeling there probably won't be many. This could be down to the break. Who breaks best? Anybody recently joining us, We're Beard Productions, and we are at Spot On Sneinton in Nottingham for Mark Boyle versus Clint Hansen. Race to 25 for £30,000. We say that nowadays, 30 grand, it's just like, yeah, well, that's just 30 grand, isn't it? I mean, it's just a little game. It's huge, isn't it? I mean, it's absolutely massive money. Just lost it there slightly. He's still okay though. Puts his hand up in apology. Just got that unwanted kiss, but it's come out okay. In fact, if that red does go, the one nearest the left hand, just get past. It's difficult to tell. Maybe not to the potting angle. Well, it must do, because it's. I was going to say it's come out absolutely perfect. He just dropped this in, and everything's just sat there at his mercy now. So what a lovely little kiss that was. No wonder he put his hand up in apology. Just to be careful, just a touch careful. He's looks like he's probably going to run into the black. Doesn't want to push it too far over to the right hand side of the table. The bottom right hand pocket's covered, so just needs a bit of care and attention. Doesn't need to do much. He just needs to drop it in, nudge it a couple of inches, and it'll still be available into a couple of pockets. If he nudges it too far, it's going to be dead to both of the bottom corner pockets. He's just looking at that now. I think he just wants to drop it dead weight, and then the black's still going to be available into both centres. He could screw off. He could screw off. Played it nicely. Bit of bagpipe music playing in the background. I don't know what Wags brought in a speaker with a bit of bagpipes on it. Please accept my apologies if I sound a bit wheezy. I'm just at the back end of a bit of a cold, so. Just makes my voice sound all the more sexy for you, you know. No, I know, no one wants to picture that, sorry. So early advantage to Mark. I did just have a chat with Gareth Potts just before we started, and I just taking the. Has someone actually got bagpipes in here, or is it a recording? Yeah, I was talking to Gareth just before the game, and I asked him his opinion of the game, and he said it's going to be a close one. He can't pick a winner. But he said it could come down to the early frames, whoever gets the early advantage. So if that's the case, Mark's the man with the early advantage at the moment. But of course, still very, very early doors. And a dry break from Mark. Stephen Santa Allison just toying with a couple of people in the crowd. Stephen, of course, is the Scotland A team manager, and he's here in support of Mark. I think they're good friends. Mark plays out of Stephen's club. In fact, Stephen's just moved from Penny's in Falkirk. He's opened a new club. Not sure where it is actually. It's not far from Falkirk. It's Players Lounge, I think it's called, or Players Club, I think. I'll get a bit more information on that later, I'm sure. But yeah, Stephen, a lovely chap. He's usually here in full voice. In fact, I don't know if you remember, but when Mark played Craig Wadding, there was a lovely moment after the game where I was interviewing Mark and Stephen, and Stephen, in his excitement, called out Mark Farnsworth for a 50 grand match, which Mark gladly took up the option, and they quickly declined. Stephen said it was all a bit of heat of the moment sort of stuff, but yeah. Another match going on today, which I will try and keep you in touch with, and that is Shane Thompson is playing against Ben Davis. And the last time I looked in at that game, Shane was 11-3 up, and he'd had a 5-star, which I personally I don't understand. Shane is an absolute class player. He's never going to turn down a 5-star when offered one, quite understandably so. But Shane is a fabulous player, and too good, in my opinion, to be given big starts to. And I just had a quick look at that stream, and I think it's 13-3. As I say, lovely clearance from Clint. We'll try and keep you in touch with all the games. Yeah, I don't think there's any current live stream on that game, but the last action we had was 13-3 to Shane. Ben obviously, I think he's coming back from a break, so there's something else giving a 5-star away. But fair play to Shane, taking advantage. I mean, that's Shane's home venue, so to give him a 5-star at his home venue on the table that he plays week in, week out, so it's brave. That was quick work by Clint, stepping on that dry break, and now he's got the break to make it 3-all. Can all turn very, very quickly. So here's Clint. Nice break, just lost the cue ball slightly towards the top left pocket. Was fortunate not to find the bag. And what a mess. You can see the anguished look on his face. I mean, that's a mess. In the last 2 breaks, he's crunched the pack, and that's ugly. That's really ugly. I mean, he's going to want to go reds because the key ball is over the bottom right-hand pocket, and that's going to control this game. And the easiest opener is a red. So I think we'll see him take reds here, but I think he can just drop this one in the middle, leave himself an angle to pop the one to the left-hand side in the top corner and move the ball by the rail. I'm not sure the other red goes behind the black, so he's going to have to do something with that. But as I say, the red on the over the pocket controls the game. So he's left that angle. Needs to play this well, though. He doesn't want to go directly into the red. He needs to get cushion first, release it away from that rail. In doing so, he's probably going to release the two yellows at the same time. Oh, Dean Richards just giving us an update there. Thank you very much, Dean. Shane's 13-7, so it looks like Ben won 4 on the bounce because it was frozen on my screen at 13-3, I think. I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see it properly. In fact, I haven't even got my reading glasses, so I'm struggling to read anything today. But there we are. I can see the action, and that's the main thing. We've got the king. Oh, in fact, he's going for a double now by the look of it. He obviously thinks that he can get past that yellow. Oh, it's a treble. He's played that really well. I was going to say, I didn't think that doubled. I didn't know what he had in mind there. It didn't look like it doubled. But he had something else in mind there. Played a fabulous treble. And of course, it's the right shot because it's a big pocket. He can miss that by a margin, by a good inch, and it's still going to flick that yellow and go in. So very clever shot. Good thinking there by Clint. Worked that out well. Certainly a shot I hadn't spotted. That's why he's there and I'm here. So this ball, actually looking at it, it doesn't have to go past the black. He can go rail first and pot it off the yellow, and it also opens up the bag for the other red. So still needs to be a good shot, but I mean it's not a gimme, but it is a very big pocket. Yeah, it needs to just miss the black, hit the rail about 4 inches past the black. He's going to flick that yellow. Needs to hit it hard enough to release the yellow out. Yeah, hasn't he played that well? That yellow, if he didn't play that hard enough, the yellow would have obstructed the path of red. So, yeah, really played that well. It's a bit of a godsend, actually, that the only way I can tell the difference between these players when they're queuing at the table, because I'm fully obstructed by a crowd of people and I'm watching this on the stream. So Clint's got an arm full of tattoos where Mark hasn't, because they're both of a similar stature, aren't they? Both racing snakes. So it's all about this shot, big shot coming up. Doesn't need to do too much. Just wants to come up behind the black, release it towards the middle bag. Doesn't need to be a hard shot. It won't be a hard shot. There we go. Played that absolutely beautifully. And it's 3 apiece. Lovely. That really was a delightful clearance by Clint. Yeah, fabulous clearance. It's he had to do a lot of work there, shift a lot of balls around. You could see by his anguish off the break how difficult that was going to be. But that shows the quality of Clint right there. Yeah, that frame had absolutely everything. Played a treble in the middle of it, moved balls around, made some great pots, developed the black. Really lovely. So Mark breaks. He pots the red off the break. I'd say that yellows are probably the set. Either set are fine, but yellow's slightly more natural. There's two reds that kind of cover each other towards the left-hand side of the table. So, I mean, they obviously go. One goes in the middle and one goes in the bottom corner. But I think all the yellows go, and he can clear the top of the table and then maneuver back down the table. He's going the other way around. He's going to clear the bottom of the table first. Would have liked to have found that gap just to be able to take this this yellow on the left out now, because it just needs that pinpoint position. But I think he can get on it now. He's not dead straight. He'd like to be dead straight. He could just screw straight back into open space. But I think he can screw between the gap between black and red and find that gap. He may well leave that yellow to last, but because it does the full position onto the black into the middle, but I don't see that happening. I think he'll want to get that out of the way early doors. That's the only ball on the table that really needs precise precision. Yeah, he's tried to get on it there, and again, just come up short. So I see the crowd is gathering. Certainly indoors. In here, there's a real hubbub. I mean, seriously, there's just not room to maneuver around the table. It's 8 deep, all the way around the table. Everyone clamoring for a view of the table, and we are displaying the game on a big screen just behind us, and there's at least 50 people just watching it on the screen, including Gareth Potts. He's just watching the screen rather than trying to watch the table. And there's other people just doing both, looking from table to screen and back again. It's incredible. Here we are at 10 to 5 on a Saturday afternoon, and I haven't seen this many people packed into a pool room. It may have been close to it when we were up in Pennies for the Boyle-Nottingham game, but this is a bigger crowd again. So there's at least 250 people watching indoors. There's about 1,200 watching online at the moment between live stream and Facebook. So big crowd watching the game, and it certainly deserves it as well. So again, if you're recently joining us with Beard Productions, my name's Nick Finn. I'm here with Paul and George. In fact, they've been here since last night, working, putting all the equipment up, getting the cameras in place, putting all the technology in place, and what a setup it is. Single table in the venue. Everything else has been put to one side. They knew this big crowd was coming. And a very impressive setup from Paul and George. And hopefully that's relaying itself to you crystal clear down the airwaves. So as previously mentioned, we're streaming across live stream and on Facebook. And if you haven't done so, please give us a like on Facebook. Brilliant from Mark. What a high quality game this is so far. So Mark Boyle, 35 years old, 2 children. He started playing pool. Well, he started playing snooker at about 6 years old. He started playing pool 7 years ago. Used to play, obviously was a professional snooker player before. He used to play in Spencer's, club well known to many people up in Glasgow. I believe it's Glasgow. And he was an ex practice partner of Stephen Hendry. In fact, I've heard Stephen Hendry mention Spencer's a few times in interviews recently. I know Stephen Hendry very well. They're good friends. He enjoys playing football and enjoys golf. And I think he's a keen golfer. I think he's quite a low handicap golfer as well. He's the 2013 Scottish pool champion, Scottish amateur champion, Scottish billiard and world amateur. His proudest moment was turning pro in snooker. His biggest influence was John Higgins, who was another very big practice partner of his. And he's also good friends with Alan McManus and Alan Burnett. And also Stephen Maguire. In fact, they used to get the train together, him and Stephen Maguire, and go and practice in Spencer's when he was a nipper. He used to travel across to Glasgow, get the train in. His ambitions are just to play more money matches and also to continue playing for his country, playing for Scotland. His money match results, he beat Craig Marsh. I mean, that's some scalp, isn't it, Craig Marsh? Also beat Ben Davis. I think Ben gave him a start as well, if I remember rightly. And also beat Scott Ross. Scott in action tonight, playing one of the top Irish players, Carl O'Donoghue. Carl, of course, famous for beating Rona McCarthy in a money match. His style, he's a very attacking player, but very, very composed. Really composed player. He's steady as a rock, solid, focused. Bit of a natural talent, actually. He really doesn't practice much at all. I spoke to Sant earlier and asked how he was playing, and he said he's playing really well, but I mean, the guy just literally doesn't practice. He'll just practice a bit for a money match. It's just absolutely natural on the table. Of course, he was part of those 2 epic money matches between himself and Craig Waddingham, the second of which we covered from Falkirk. Amazing couple of games they were. Both went to Hill. Waddingham won the first one 30-29. Boyle won the second one 30-29. There's got to be a decider there one day, hasn't there? Fabulous games they were. Clint Jansen, as I say, the accolade of being the losing finalist in the World Championship versus Gareth Potts in 2013. Started playing pool at 12 years old. His dad got him into the game. He was playing junior county at the age of 12. He had England trials at 15. He had men's trials at the age of 19. He qualified for the under-21s and the men's at age of 19. He was the 2015 IPA Tour rank #1. Seb Webb saying it was 30-27 in the second game. Was it? Paul's nodding his head in approval there. Do you know what, Seb? I bow to your knowledge there, sir. I commentated on that game. I should really know. I thought that went to 30-29 for some reason. I must have just had that stuck in my head. Quite know why I thought that. Yeah, Graham confirming. There you go. Nathan asking what cloth they're using today. I don't know the answer to that question. I can certainly find out during the break. I shall make it my mission to find out. I notice there's a lot of people, a lot of clubs talking about cloths at the moment. Have Hainsworth brought out a new cloth? Hainsworth Premium or something? I see a lot of people getting the Hainsworth cloth on their table. It's Paul Davison asking a good question there. Who wins tomorrow? George Cherney or Lee Shepherd? I mean, that game popped out of nowhere. I think there was about 5 or 6 days notice, and all of a sudden, it's for 30,000. £30,000 at a week's notice. I do not know. Everyone's saying that Lee's going to be all over George, but you know, George, for all his talk, he can turn it on in a money match. I think, again, that could be a very close one. George played Shane yesterday in a bit of practice, and I think it was something like 25-24 or something, 22-20. There's only one frame in it anyway, 22-21, I think it was. I don't know. Hard to call. I don't know enough about Lee, to be honest. I know Lee's played a lot of money matches in the past, a lot of experience, as has George. So that could be a great game. Paul asking about the Carlo Donahue and Scott Ross later as well. Do you know, I'm not much of a fence sitter. I've normally got an opinion on who I think is going to win, but that's so hard to call. That's going to be whoever turns up on the day. Scott's so much experience. But, you know, I mean, Carl's been there, beaten Ronan in a money match. Not many people do that. I got asked if I wanted to bet the other day. Can't pick a winner. Couldn't have a bet. Can't pick a winner. Really enjoy both of the players. Don't even know who to cheer on, to be honest. I think they're both fantastic. I like Scott a lot. Can't pick a winner. So someone asking the question, how much is this for and what rules? If you look just above the bar where it says Clint Hansen versus Mark Boyle and the frame score, it tells you that it's for £30,000 and they're playing black ball rules. Just a small matter. Thank you, Peter Devaney, saying it's 16-10 to Shane now. I don't know, but I think that's first to 25. So that's obviously Ben coming back into the game. I mean, real score there is 11-10. I think it was 11. I got a feeling Shane was 11-1 up. So it's the pendulum's turning slightly. It looks like Ben's finding his feet, but whether he can catch up those frames in time. Just catching up on live stream. Andrew Quinn thinks Boyle's going to win 25-22. Good evening to Rob Lawrence. Thanks for the update on the Shane score. Still at 16-10 there. So yeah, we're Beard Productions. We're streaming across two platforms today. So not only are we on Facebook, we're also on live stream. You can get it on your laptop, or you can download a free app in the App Store. Oh, what a shot that is! Oh my goodness, it's so unlucky. So unlucky. I think we can get a better camera angle on that. I think he might still be able to stun across to the right-hand rail. Yeah, he's got an angle there, you know. He can still get across. He'll screw across the table. Not easy. He's fairly straight, but he's just got a sliver of an angle. Yeah, so we're streaming across two platforms. If you get any trouble with one, any problems with Facebook, then you can join us on live stream. We've got a live stream channel. You can download the app, or you can just go to livestream.co.uk and search for Beard Productions, and you will find us there. Look at that for a shot. If this goes in the middle, that's it certainly does. What a fabulous position of shot that is. I mean, I'm not quite sure he played it like that. I think he was going for the top corner. I think he's just overhit that by a few inches, but he won't care. Again, sure, I'm 99%. He keeps looking at it. I'm 99% sure that goes, but he's going to be flicking the black, and he just needs to make sure he doesn't flick the black too high. Or if he does, he needs to flick it very high up towards the pocket. Yeah, that was the danger with the shot. That was the danger with the shot. He needs to get a thick contact and push it right up towards the top corner. Or he needs to get the thinnest contact ever, and he's somewhere in the middle, and this is really difficult now. Really difficult. His saving grace is that he's not in off in the middle because I think the yellow's protecting him. Doesn't matter if he pots a yellow, of course, because then it's just essentially classed as a skill shot. It's a very, very thin cut. Very thin cut. Big shot. Beautiful shot. You see that that little fist pump in the background, and that set his fans off. You heard a great big roar. He's got at least a couple hundred fans there. Look at this. What a great pot. Brilliant. You can, I mean, the thing is, the key difference, one of the key differences, obviously, is there's a number, but sorry about that before. I was so rudely interrupted. I don't know if we can run that shot again, just quickly. One of the key differences between black ball rules and world rules is he would struggle to play this shot in world rules because that yellow is going precariously close to one of the other middle bags, and you just don't want to risk that in world rules and lose the frame. But of course, you can play with more gay abandon in black ball, and it doesn't matter if you pot his ball. In fact, that yellow was doing him a favour because it stopped the white from going in off. As I say, one of the key differences, he can focus 100% on the black and not worry at all where the white's going. As in world rules, he'd have had to do all kinds of funny things with the white to try and hold it away from that yellow. So nothing between these two players. 4 frames each. Clint with a fairly dot-to-dot clearance here. 4 balls left. The pot. I think the black ball goes into right corner, and each ball kind of lends itself to position to the next one, doesn't it? He's played that beautifully well. Maybe just no, that's perfect. I was going to say maybe just a tiny bit straight. Could have done with just an inch less, but he's got a nice angle there. So he could just he'd like to just stun down. Perfect. So this to take the lead for the first time in the game. And there we have it. 5 frames to 4. Ben Prowse just giving us an update on the Shane Thompson game. Shane's now 19-10 up. I mean, that's a huge lead. I don't see Ben coming back from that. Shane is just far too solid, and Shane proving that 5 start was a bit of a sham. He's winning that game 14-10, but 19-10 ahead with the 5 start. John Atridge, our referee, doing a wonderful job, keeping everyone in order. Clint would ideally like that black to go in the middle there, because the reds look delightful here. Clint just struggling a tiny bit with his break. I mean, he's broken dry a couple of times now. A confused look on Mark's face there. I'm not quite sure why. I think he's maybe it was just wind. These reds look very, very nice. So he's just working out his route map now, as all these top players will do. It's just working out which order he wants to take them. As I say, his economy of cue ball is generally fantastic. He won't do any more than he has to, so he's trying to work out the shortest route between each balls. And he'll pretty much have the whole frame mapped out before he gets to the table about which order he wants to take them. And again, as all of these top players do, he's getting rid of his most difficult ball at the earliest opportunity. Needs some good cueing, and cue it well he does. Cues it beautifully. Lovely cue actions, Mark. Obviously coming from a snooker pedigree as a pro snooker player, expecting to have a delightful cue action. Talking of dream cue actions, there's another one in action tonight. Stephen Lee is playing down in St Albans. He's playing against the Soul Man, John Sullivan, in a £10,000 money match. I don't know if that's Stephen's first money match. I've never seen him in action in a pool money match before. I know he has been playing a fair bit of pool, probably encouraged by his son, Alfie. Alfie, a future talent of the game, absolutely certain. The dedication of that boy. We covered a game down in Westbury a while ago, and Alfie Lee was on the table, and I think we were there for about 12 hours, and I reckon Alfie was playing for about 10 of them. Goodness me, he loves his pool. And I saw him on a stream recently playing against Luke Stoneham. I think he's only, I don't want to do him a disservice, but he's probably only maybe 11 or 12. I'm going to say probably doing a bit of a disservice there. He might be a tiny bit older, but he's certainly a young lad, and he's a real talent for the game. There's a name to look out for, Alfie Lee. As I say, this is so far the exact route map that Mark would have had planned. Again, just seeing exactly where he wants to leave the cue ball. Somewhere about where he is now would be perfect. That's lovely. You can pot this, run the white on and off the rail for black in centre. Perfect angle. Doesn't need to do too much. Probably just see him put the touch aside on the ball. For a simple drop in. Ison corrected me there. Stephen Lee played Shane O'Hara in 9-ball for £2,000. In fact, I spent some time last night chatting to Zach Shepherd, talking about money matches against pro players. Of course, Zach played Matthew Stevens, didn't he? A year or so ago. Zach, fresh back from China. He played over in the Chinese 8-ball Masters. Really enjoyed the experience, and he's got a taste for the game. He's going back over to China in March to play in the World Championships, playing the qualifiers. Tough qualifiers. I think you've got 3 days worth of qualifiers before the main event. John just having a tiny bit of trouble with the right rack. Looks like he's got him now. Mark's just inspecting. Yeah, he looks happy. He's happy, ready to go. 5 frames apiece. Thanks very much for your nice comments on the stream. Always good to hear feedback. Makes our job worthwhile. A lot of effort goes in from these two lads. Very underrated. George and Paul put in so much effort to bring you these streams, and I think it's reflected in the quality. And here we are at 5:20. We've just broken the 1,000 mark on Facebook, and we're up on live stream as well. So as I mentioned earlier, I will repeat myself a few times throughout the evening if just as a way of saying thank you. All we ever ask from you is if you could go to our Facebook page and give us a like. We're Beard Productions on Facebook. You just go to our page and click the like button. And throughout this year, we've got so many events coming up. none less than the Elite at Savannah, which I am so looking forward to that event. They're playing it as the double-legged kind of twin single elimination tournament, which is such a good format. It works so well in that amateur event. I'm really looking forward to that one, and some great names already signed up for that. I think Mick Hill's in it, Chris Melling's in it. So there's some big names. Also players. We're going to Players Lounge. We've got 3 events from there. Of course, Gareth Potts involved with them, along with Lee Kendall. We've also got the EPA Tour. We've got the European Championships. We've got the World Championships. So all these events coming up. All you need to do is give us a like on Facebook, and you will get notifications every time we go live and every time we've got upcoming events. And you'll be doing us a great favour. We do like getting our likes. In fact, I remember commentating with Jack Whelan a couple of years ago, and Jack encouraged everybody to get over the 1,000 mark, and now we're over 5,500. So great stuff. Lee Shepherd asking if we can get ourselves to Spenny's tomorrow to stream the game. If only we'd love to stream that game. I'd love to get George on a stream, actually. I mean, George is, and of course you as well, Lee. But George is a character, isn't he? He is certainly a character. And best of luck for that game, Lee. I'm thoroughly looking forward to that. I'm going to try and make my way across there to watch the game. Whether I do or not, I'm not sure, because there's a bit of a pool fest this weekend. I think my wife might have other things to say about it. But yeah, I think that could be a cracking game. Clint working out what he wants to do here. Very considered player. Not a slow player. Not as slow as some, but he's very considered. When he has to think about it, he doesn't mind taking the time. And he just needs a couple of pinpoint accurate positional shots here. So he needs to be careful here. A lot of traffic. This is what he'd like to do. He would love to screw back, contact that yellow full ball, and he's going to be in A1 position. Even if he gets it half ball, he should still be fine. In fact, there's a fair margin for error, because he can screw past it and he'll still be on it. So wow, that's the only thing he didn't want to do. Just flick it. He either wanted to miss it or hit it full ball. So problems. Clint, I watch Clint quite often. Always looks very disappointed. Shows his emotions when something goes awry like that. But he'll be close with this. He's just looking now what angle he wants to take it off the side rail, and I'd expect this to go pretty close. Surprised now, he's unlucky there, but I'm surprised he hit it. I'm surprised he hit it quite so hard. I think he could have played that controlled and got it closer. He would expect himself to get fairly close there, unless he just maybe needed to straighten that up slightly off the rail. I'm not sure, to get the right angle. Ben just corrected himself and saying that Shane's actually 17-10 up. So there's a bit of a glimmer there from for Ben Davis, but he needs to put his foot down quickly, doesn't he? The fans just, Mark's fans just saying good shot to Mark there. Yeah, kinda. I mean, I think he would have preferred to pot that. It's going to cause him a bit of an issue now. It's not like World Rules where, you cover that bag and gives you control of the game, because if Clint gets to the table, he can play a skill shot, but I'm pretty sure Mark would have wanted to pot that. Or certainly would have wanted to leave it to the right-hand side of the pocket and not be obstructed by the black ball. That's gone awkward. He's going to have to manufacture something now. He's going to have to pot one of these yellows and try and play some kind of plant on it. That's going to make things a tiny bit awkward. So his options are he can try and manufacture something to make a plant onto that ball, or he could play another snooker and try and get himself 2 shots and use his free ball to pot that. But, yeah, it's got a bit awkward. It's easy for you to say that, Jamie Simmons. Good evening to the stream. In fact, welcome to everyone to the stream. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. I understand there's been a few shocks in the FA Cup as well today. Did I hear somebody say that Newcastle United lost 3-0 to Oxford United? I mean, isn't that just a mind-blowing result? Yeah, so indeed, Mark played the snooker. Clint got out of it. But Mark's still left with the same problem now. There you go. He's having a look at that plant, how he would go about it. It's not easy. It's not like you can drop a yellow onto it and just play the plant. You have to release that yellow so it's potable. And the black's going to go obviously towards the pocket, so it's a shot that you're going to have to play with a fair bit of pace. Hello to Chris Bart Jones, reminding me of a trip we had to Plymouth last year. Yes, I do remember that. In fact, I was only telling someone about that last. I was talking to Zach Shepherd about that last night, bizarrely. I don't know why. And Tom Clothier. Yeah, we won't talk about that, hey? Finding you in the bath in the middle of the night. Another absolute mouth-watering game coming up, I think, on March the 10th. Talking about the Plymouth Plaza between Max Nosko and Darren McVicker. I mean, goodness me, what a match. What a matchup between those two. Two of my favourite players in action. Maybe after this frame, if we've got a couple of seconds, George could just pan the camera around the crowd and just try and get a feel for how many people are in this room today. It really is a packed house. If we get a spare second, because it's packed to the gunnels. Every vantage point taken up. That's a great effort. Great effort by Clint. So I don't know, maybe, I mean, no, I don't think he's going to take the chance. I was going to think there might be a, I don't think Mark's going to go for it, but he's got an angle here to pot this yellow. And there's a big pocket, and stun down the table and play that. Try and pot that yellow over the bottom corner at the same time. But, the thing is, I'm not sure that the black skills onto the yellow. I don't think he can play it. I don't think if Clint potted his red, he could skill shot that black on the yellow. So it's although it's a bit of a headache for Mark, it also offers him a bit of a safety net as well. I mean, it might skill shot. It's it just looks like there's not quite enough gap between the two balls. I'm sure there's players watching and far more experienced than I in skill shots to know whether that guy. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So this is a shot he's played. Do you know what? He hasn't potted it, but he's played that beautifully well. In fact, if he'd have potted it, he'd have been in a fair amount of trouble. So again, more people joining us as the afternoon wears on. We're Beard Productions. We are at Spot On Sneinton in Nottingham. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. I did ask Paul, but it's not like he's a local knowledge in it, so he said it was Sneinton. And we're watching Mark Boyle against Clint Hansen, a race to 25 for £30,000, playing Blackpool rules. Mark at the table with a simple little clearance to retake the lead and go 6-5 ahead. Yeah, we just get a bit of a feel for this this crowd in the room, and this and we're sat just up there. You can just see Paul and myself in behind the crowd there. But the biggest wedge of the crowd are right at the end of the table. In fact, they're behind George, so he's. You saw the English side and the Scottish side, and then there's a huge throng of people at the end of the table. Big break there from Clint. Not getting any, dead simple runouts. Just got a tiny bit of a headache down the bottom corner. There's a yellow and red tied up, but he's got options. He's got balls that he can release there. I think he's probably going to go reds here. He can take these two at the top of the table and then work his way down the table. Everything goes apart from that one ball, which he's going to have to try and release, but he'd have that with both sets. I think the key being the yellow on the right-hand rail. Which would push him towards reds. So now looks like Clint's opportunity. Left himself enough angle. Needs to release this red. It's an unexpected miss. That's one of the first balls we've seen missed in open play. Easy to do sometimes. You just take your eye off the pot, off the objective, and just trying to make sure you knock that red out. He's trying to flick off the face of it and make sure he left himself another shot. So Mark just looking now at whether he can play some kind of skill. Don't know if he's got the angle to pot in the middle and careen the white ball into those three balls and make the plant. I think that's what he's going for. And, I was going to say, it seemed like he was loading it up with the top for a second. But, I was going to say that would have been some shot, but certainly didn't have the angle for it. Looking again. Oh, he's in off there. You hear the roar go up from the crowd. Clearly trying to take that ball off the side rail. He had a bit of an uphill battle there anyway, didn't he? That's not ideal. Obviously, it's the black was always going to be moving, but he's a bit unlucky to. Well, if the top one still pots, if it does, he should be okay because he can move the. Yeah, it looks like he should be okay. You can use one to move the other red. back him to clear these. Doesn't have to hit it hard. He's still going to be on the ball over the right-hand pocket. Just wants to move it away from the rail. Played it very, very nicely. Pretty much prime position. And this one's going to quickly be 6-all. A.D. Newman just saying that he doesn't know Blackpool rules. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the rules, but I'm sure some of you aren't. So there's a few key differences which I'll run through. So the key differences really are that it's any foul is basically 2 shots, but the 2 shots don't carry, essentially, is the easiest way to describe it. Your first shot is a free visit, and then you get your normal shot. So that first shot is often used for developing balls or putting one of your opponent's balls safe. You're also allowed to play skill shots, and skill shots essentially... Oh, wow. Goodness. A skill shot is essentially where you can pot your own ball and your opponent's ball, and that's legal. So if your opponent's covered a pocket, you could pot your ball and pot his in the same shot, and that's a legal shot. There are no deliberate fouls. Aside from that, it's very similar. Those differences are pretty key, though. Having no deliberate fouls, it probably makes it a slightly more attacking game, but at the highest standard, is there that much difference at this level? I think it comes down to preference. I think if you were watching World Rules or Black Ball between these two players, aside from the odd skill shot, which I don't think we've really seen one yet, they're both very attacking. They both go for their finishes, and they both make lovely clearances. And neither of these players would particularly take a game tactical if it was in World Rules. So people have a preference between one or the other. I personally don't. I love watching them both. Certainly at the highest level. It can get bogged down at, if you've got a very tactical player, a couple of tactical players, you can get bogged down in World Rules, but at the highest level, it doesn't happen that much. John Pengelly asking what happens if you do a deliberate foul. Actually, it's not a serious foul. It's not loss of frame. It's essentially just a foul to your opponent. So in theory, you could do one, but it's not particularly gentlemanly conduct, and it doesn't really give you that. There's not many occasions that crop up on a table where it gives you that much of an advantage, because unless your player's got 4 or 5 balls tied up, the free shot allows him to hit anything on the table. So he can move any obstacles that you put there in your deliberate foul. And of course he's got ball in hand, so he can pick the white up and put it behind the line if he desires to. So you really don't get that many. I've only seen one or two occasions where a player would get an advantage from playing a deliberate foul. I've seen players play deliberate fouls. I mean, they just say, oh, I went to get out of the snooker and I made a nose of it. It kind of happens, but very, very rarely. I've only ever seen it once or twice, where a player's kind of like, well, did he really go for that? Seb saying if you aim for your opponent's ball, it's loss of frame, but someone's got to prove that. Just say you miscued. No, it's there is no serious foul for playing a deliberate foul in blackball. I saw that question asked recently on the IPA website, and several of the professional refs, Viv Roscoe and Phil Kuntz and quite a few others, were categorical in their replies. And I agree, there's a little bit of, I mean, if you made it a serious foul and loss of frame, then there's no blurred line. Good evening to Ryan Shaw. Hope it's sunny weather over there in Jersey. I didn't manage to catch up with you during the Moscone Cup. I hope you enjoyed your trip to London with your family. Just a brief anecdote talking about world rules and blackball. I was playing we went for a poker tournament somewhere in, I think it was Manchester, no, Birmingham, I think it was, and we went into a club where about 40 of us played a little bit of a, sort of £20 entry pool tournament, and it was all poker players, so there was no particular pool players amongst them. There was only a few, and I played against a guy I know very well, and he said, play whatever rules you want. And I said, okay, we'll play world rules. He goes, I've never really played them. And I went, well, it's up to you, we'll play whatever. And he said, no, we'll play world rules. So I started playing some shots of world rules and playing deliberate fouls, and there were people watching the game going, what on earth are you doing? I mean, for people who don't play pool or play a little bit of pub pool, when you get into the tactical battles and you start potting your opponent's balls and saying, well, there you go, it's 2 shots, but can I pick up the white? No, you've got to play it from where it is. And they just look at you like you've got 2 heads. It's just absolutely bizarre. They're like, I don't understand what you're talking about. It's ridiculous. Why would anyone who've even invented those rules? But I mean, I personally play world rules. I love world rules, but equally enjoy blackball. So I don't have a preference. But I say that they can be to like someone more uneducated about pool. They just look at you like you come from a different planet when you're playing these shots and going, no, you can't pick up the white ball. What are you talking about? Anyway, we're back in the room. We've Mark's at the table, going about another lovely clearance. I must admit, I normally make an effort to count how many break dishes there are. I haven't done it today, which is a bit of a shame. Anyone at home know how many break dishes there's been so far? Somebody must be a bit of a stato and know what's going on. Owen's saying that was there anyone else with stream problems? I don't think there is. There's certainly everything's clear at our end and no one else is complaining. But what I will suggest is if you're having any issues whatsoever, why don't you head over to just let the noise die down. Yeah, why don't you head over to live stream? There's a Beer Productions channel on live stream. If you go and search Beer Productions on live stream, you will find another stream. And if you're having problems with one, you can switch to the other. So there's options between the two. And the argument in the chat box will go on forever about which are the best set of rules. Forever. Because everyone has their own opinion. And everyone's right. But there's room for both sets of rules. Thankfully. So Clint's woes continue slightly. I say woes. He's getting some lovely breaks, but they're just not quite splitting really nicely. There's always just a couple of little issues. He's not just had a simple kind of like open up and half a dozen Marys. I'm sure it'll come. Someone saying that world rules are for players who aren't good at potting. I think that, Phil Harrison would have something to say about that. Phil, one of the finest exponents on the earth at world rules, does occasionally come across to black ball. Played in the elite, which was black ball. But, yeah, can play both sets. Obviously, I mean, Phil just a fantastic cueist. Certainly one of my favourite players. Watched him extensively in the elite last year, and it's just a dream to watch. Talk about economy of cue ball. That's one of the finest exponents. Clint with a tricky little yellow to middle now. Should be okay. You fancy him to get it. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Should just be able to drop it in. He's got the yellow over centre. Black's a tiny bit of an issue because it only really goes to the middle bags. So he just needs to cue this nicely. Straight in the middle of the bag. Very nice. And he could hold for the one over the corner. And you can see he's pretty much dead straight on this. Played that nicely, didn't he? Lovely cue ball control. Just stole a tiny bit of the pocket. Let the white ball run around the angles, leaving himself a similar pot to the yellow he had a second ago. Just coming in from the other angle. Right at the middle of the bag. And another fist pump from Clint. Levels it up again at 7 frames all. And the player's just stepping away for a bathroom break. So we'll do the same. We'll be back in a couple minutes. So this is Beer Productions. I'm Nick Finn, Paul on production, George on camera. And we're watching, well, we're here in Nottingham, in Spot On Sneinton. Watching Mark Boyle against Clint locked up at 7 apiece. Mark at the table going about his work. Did anyone get a number on those breaking dishes? I don't know how many there's been so far. There must be. I can't remember. My memory's so bad. It's been a good half dozen, at least. Ooh. What was that? Was that a bit of a kick? It was a bit of a bad contact, I think. Oh, my eyes are that bad. Paul just saying he caught the yellow. That's why he missed it. That'll explain it then. Anyway, Clint will be happy about the opportunity, and these frames going in little clusters of twos. Clint wins a couple, Mark wins a couple. Both players rallying for the lead. You think that if either player, the way this is going at the moment, if either player can just get that bit of a foothold, get themselves 3 or 4 frames ahead, it could be a telling difference. High quality pool. Played that well, nice weight. Ooh. Well, you could see Clint come around the table and see, try and have a look at the course the white ball was going to take after it took that flick off the red. So, didn't anticipate that. So this is a good example of this first free visit. Mark's got 2 balls tied up on the rail. He'd dearly like to get them both out, but he'll probably settle for getting one of them. And a bit of jeering from the Nottingham fans as if he missed that, but certainly won't have gone for it. So he's in pretty much J1 position. Hardest ball, the key to the frame being the one on the right-hand rail. Clint looking nonplussed about the whole thing. There's been a steady stream of people turning up at the club over the last hour, and the crowd just gets bigger and bigger. There's a big overflow now. I did a kind of brief description of the club earlier. Those joining us, it's a big space. At least a dozen snooker tables. Probably usually fit about, I would think about 8 or 9 pool tables at one end of the table. There's kind of almost an annex at the end of the room, intersected by a bar. There's only one table there at the moment, and that's the match table we're watching. But it's a big space, probably about 12 foot high, the ceiling, so it feels nice and airy. And there's a real cauldron around the table. There's a big crowd, 6, 7, 8 deep, watching the game, and there's no more room there. But luckily, we're streaming the game on a huge screen behind me. Yeah, so we're streaming the game on a huge screen behind us, and the people are kind of spilling over, watching the game on the stream. Oops. Well, that's almost an action replay of Mark's break from 2 or 3 frames ago, when Mark left the cue ball stuck in the pocket. Was it last frame? Yeah, I think it was the last frame. Left the cue ball parked in this left-hand jaw with pretty much no shot. It's got a fairly precarious red in the middle. Or an equally horrible yellow along the bottom rail. Neither of which doing too many favours. Oh, it looks like one of these reds cut back. Quite sure what he's queuing for there, whether he's queuing for the yellow or the, I would imagine it's got to be the red. They want to take reds. It's a nice opener. So key to the game, the red on the left hand, closest to the left hand rail. Just to work out what he's going to do with that. There's going to be a break in 5 frames. So after 20, I believe it's 20, the players are going to take a short break. That's just an incredibly precise shot. To find that gap. If he's got it, which I believe he has, that's fabulous. Yeah, and after the break, I'm going to attempt to get Gareth Potts on commentary. So do rejoin us after the break, because we're hoping to have Gareth in for a chat about his recent win over at the Chinese Masters. Obviously very, very excited about that, and all the other things that he's got coming up. Yeah, a few comments about the table. I think I've got to agree, it's a credit to the club. The table does look an absolute delight. Not a single roll-off. It's everything you would expect of a match table for £30,000. It's I think the players would agree. So, playing at a lovely pace, no surprises, not skidding around. Top job from Spot On. I don't know what Mark's plan is for this this red at the top of the table. Be interested to see it. I think it might go in the top right bag. So if it does, we can stand up for it now. But he needs to get it absolutely perfect. Okay. So he played that well. Held on the yellow. It's a great shot. Nice margin of error playing into the yellow there. Very clever player, Mark. Just sees these shots. It's not just about seeing them, is it? It's about executing them too. Look at this. Beautiful play. Yeah, no danger whatsoever.
No point trying to
trying to get any further across the table, get himself into trouble, just leaves it nice and simple. As I say, economy of cue ball. And the Scots right in front of us are getting a bit bouncy. Very much enjoying their trip south of the border at the moment. And Mark Boyle takes a 2-frame lead, and that's the first time he's done that since being 3-1 ahead early doors. I think that's the first time there's been 2 frames between the players. And we're just tucked in behind that crowd. I don't actually have a sight of the table because we're tucked right in behind those guys. Yeah, referee John Attar just going across to here's the supreme rack. Just struggling a bit with that right rack. So Mark breaking it 9-7 ahead. Is he dry? He is, you know. Yeah, a little lip read and expletive there. He would have wanted to get a nice break there. A little break and dish there to get himself 3 ahead. Means that come the break, he certainly couldn't be behind. Yeah, the break a real feature. If either of these players can find a consistent ball off the break, then they're going to have a distinct advantage in this game, because the break's playing a big part at the moment, as I suggested it would after a couple of frames. The quality of these 2 players, the break's going to be huge. Kind of semi-surprised that 17 breaks now and quite a few dry. And neither player has tried a cut break yet. I'm sure Clint knows his table like the back of his hand, so he'll make the adjustment if he needs to. Actually, Phillips must have joined us recently if he's not seen any break dishes, because we've had a multitude. Clint making his clearance look easy. Again, just needs to cue this well. Doesn't need to do a lot with the white, just stun it a few inches off the rail. Doesn't want to be hampered. I think he's okay. And he can cue next to the yellow. Quite as easy as it could have been. Slightly hampered. It should be fine. You just pot it and stun across the side rail. I'd ideally like to have just screwed back 6 inches, but yeah, this has made it a lot more difficult. Yeah, he's okay. Played that really nicely. Nice clearance from Clint after Mark's dry break. Brings it back to 1 frame. 9 frames to 8. One of the Scottish gents in the crowd just asked me to give a shout out to one of his friends, Stephen Gallagher, watching on stream. Hope you're enjoying the game so far. The Scottish fans finding their voice.
We've got electricity! We've got electricity!
And the English fans finding their voice in reply. It's all in the best of order at the moment. Both sets of fans enjoying a good game. Clint finds the ball, finds a red. And for once, he's got no balls tied up. His clearance looks very easy. Well, never easy, but it's about as easy as Clint can ask for. To bring it back to 9-all. So that dry breaker Mark's key there, taking a 2-frame lead. Clint looks favourite now to bring it back to 9-all. Again, two, if you want to call them difficult balls, he's attacking immediately. This one down the rail, and I think he will probably screw straight back at the table and take the one towards the top of the table because it only goes over to the left-hand side. So I think we'll see him playing that early in the frame. It's perfect. gave the Scottish fans a bit of excitement for a second there. I thought he was just running behind the red. And Clint continues just to slink around the table. Doesn't kind of walk around the table, he's just got a bit of rhythm there, just looks so relaxed. One of the most relaxed players I've ever seen. At the moment, he's making it look easy. Just rolled 6 or 8 inches further than he wanted, but that will not affect him. Just taking his time. It's a little bit, it's just one of those, the pockets are looming. If he stuns off the side rail, the opposite pocket's looming, so just seeing what he wants to do with the white ball. Perfect. And another fist pump from Clint. Showing some emotion today. Good evening to Pepsi. Paul McEwen joining us from over there in Qatar. I bet it's nice and sunny and warm in Qatar today, Pepsi. And Mark finds not 1 but 3 balls off that break. Yellows are the ball. Bit of an issue with the red and yellow tied up. I mean, I think all the reds go. I mean, all the reds go somewhere. Apart from the one just above the black, which is a problem ball, so... Both sets have an issue. The problem is with the yellow to the left-hand side of the table. Yeah, I was going to say it's difficult to find a ball which lends it kind of a natural angle to get round. He's found this little thin cut on the yellow, playing it with right hand side to come off 2 cushions. Beautiful shot. Absolutely stunning shot. Just played it perfect weight. Didn't need to do too much, just move the red out of the way. And he knew he was going to be on the yellow in the opposite corner pocket. Worked that out really well. It's 27 degrees in Qatar and about 4 degrees in Nottingham. You're a lucky man, Pepsi. A tiny bit surprised Mark played it like that. I thought he might just play it with a touch of right hand side, just come off the rail and play this bottom yellow into the left hand corner bag. As it is, he's run through an inch, possibly an inch further than he wanted to. But again, just stunning cue ball control, the perfect flick. I mean, it comes from a snooker background, professional snooker player. Just those kind of kisses come naturally, don't they? And you're just moving a red aside to get to the black. These little flicks. Plays them so well. He's just cueing the ball sublimely at the moment. Just in total control. Pleasure to watch. Baden Jackson saying 30 degrees in Hawke's Bay in New Zealand. Oh, stop. You're making me jealous. Thanks so much for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the pool. Lovely to get viewers from around the world. So we're tongue twisted. We're Beer Productions. My name's Nick Finn, and we're watching Clint versus Mark. Race to 25. Mark has just got the edge in frames. He's tended to be ahead throughout the match so far. Clint took the lead once, but it's kind of been all the way through. It's been kind of Mark 1 or 2 frames ahead, and then Clint coming back at him. So Clint will be looking to square things up again now. Still on break. 10 frames to 9. I believe there's a break after this frame, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Stick around with us afterwards. If I can find him, I'm hoping to get Gareth Potts in on commentary. If you care to join us. If you haven't done so before, if you could please just do us the one tiny favour of going to our Facebook page, Beer Productions on Facebook, and clicking the like button. Liking our page is all we ask. We really appreciate that. And that's all we ask in return for afternoon and evening of pool streaming. Unless you want to send us a check or postal order, we'll also accept that. So there's a few breaking dishes just to lead us into the break. And it looks like we're going to be 10-all, locked together. I think these are just... I did wonder if I was going to do the old commentator's curse. I managed to do it in every single match that I commentate on. Clint had to be careful there. What he didn't want to do was... he was trying to get into the ball, but he didn't want to kiss the black on the way out. And in doing so, just hasn't played through the shot and left it considerably short. So what should have been a nailed-on 10-all has now become a bit of a difficult proposition. What are we doing with this black? Paul suggesting cue ball to top corner, 2 cushions, pop the black down to the bottom. That's what you do, isn't it, Paul? What about cue ball to side rail with a whole ton of swerve and bend it back. Oh goodness, going for a treble anyway. That's what he's looking for. He's just looking at that gap between the 2 balls for the treble. Well, that's a real unexpected bonus for Mark. And I'm sure he will happily grasp this with both hands. And he's almost got the luxury, if he wishes to clear the table and leave that red ball till last. case he does miss something, and he's got that safety net. But these players don't tend to think that way. But he'll want to clear this ball at the bottom of the table. And then from there, it's pretty much dot to dot. He's got a perfect angle now just to drop on the bottom rail. And then the one in the middle, way over the top left, top right, come around the black for the black in the same pocket would be my my guess at his route map. And as I say, I'm never expecting to miss this ball, but he can play it with a bit of freedom, knowing that the black doesn't go if he did. Yeah, I think he's too perfect on the one on the right hand side. He's going to take that one now and then just play these the opposite way around. So on and off the top rail. Just going around, something maybe just put him off there. Looks a fairly simple shot just to run it on and off the top rail. So maybe just something caught his eye. And maybe just second guessed himself, he was down on the ball and then just decided to run it off 2 rails instead of 1. Probably all it was. Mark Boyle makes that look pretty easy, doesn't he? And that's 11 frames to 9 in one that Clint should most certainly have won. And I'm not sure if they're going for a break now. No, both players are. In fact, the referee's going for a bathroom break, so he's going to be the one holding up. Oh no, we are actually going for a break. 20-minute break. Okay, so we will be back in action in 20 minutes, and we will look forward to seeing you then. See you soon. And here we are getting underway again, and Mark gets himself a practice break because the plaque went off, so gets another go. So yeah, a real key frame that one just before the break. Clint would have been disappointed not to be at 10 apiece. Mark would be delighted to be 11-9 ahead. Anyone joining us recently or rejoining us, we're Beard Productions. We're at Spot On in Nottingham. And we're watching Mark Boyle against Clint Hansen. This is a race to 25 for £30,000 playing black ball rules. Clint Mowgli Jansen playing Mark Mr. Magic Boyle. The younger man Clint currently at the table. And he'll want to put that positional shot on the black out of his mind as early as he possibly can. Get straight back into the fray. And it looks like he's got a great chance in this frame. Again, this one just about connecting the dots. They split after Mark's dry break. Split really nicely. It's been a feature. We've had pretty much either dry breaks or break dishes. And quite a lot of dry break dishes. Clint just ran out of position there slightly. I don't know if this Potts directing, no, it doesn't. It's just playing the plant. Oh no, it does just go in below. Let's just sneak in. So back in A1 position. Tiny bit of precision required here. Screw straight back to where his Q-tip is right now. Will be just about perfect. Yeah, he's got into that one again. Did that earlier. But again, should still be fine. Plays it well. Another fist pump. Another big break there from Clint. An obvious little problem down at the bottom left-hand side of the table. A couple of balls tied up. And Clint will be playing the yellow off the red to free the pocket. He needs to play it well. Just a half ball contact on the red. Should be absolutely fine. Played it perfectly. That's absolutely fine. Again, just want to play across the face of that red, or actually I think he probably wanted to just connect into it full ball. Just nudge into it full ball, would have left him perfect. Yeah. Again, just a half ball contact, and it's just made it slightly harder for him. He's still got this yellow towards the bottom of the table, but he would have definitely wanted to use that yellow to get on the black. So just making his work just slightly harder. He's going to try and bend this now. I think he needs to bend it a good half ball. It's not a simple shot, that one. Desperately wants to leave that yellow at the bottom of the table. It's a fairly natural path to come back towards top of table, but he really needs that to get his position on the black. There's that white going, it's okay. Yeah, and it's all just manifested itself into him missing a plant. Just that little positional shot. And it's just such a fine game of margins. It's a game of fine margins. That was literally just an inch between being perfect and being in trouble. But it brings Mark back to the table. And he's got a really good chance now to re-establish his 2-frame lead. Again, Mark does this a lot. Just plots, just spends his time, spends a good few seconds plotting his first shots. Working out how he wants to go about the clearance. And now he's into it. Again, stroking the ball so well, lovely cue ball control. And Mark really does look so solid when he's amongst the balls. If he can get his break going, then Clint really needs to find another gear. He needs to eradicate these mistakes, because Mark has been pretty much faultless throughout the match so far. His break has been his only bane. It's been his problem. If he finds his break, then he could be away. Alan asking for the score, but it is plastered in the middle of the screen for you, so it's 10 frames to 11 to Mark. when you look at the end table view. That one there. It's if you're not seeing that, then you've got the resolution wrong on your laptop. I think it's gone off the bottom of the screen or something. And there, Mark re-establishes his lead. And yeah, if anyone's keeping an eye on the Scott Ross game, then let us know the score. I'll try and keep you all updated on that game. And does anyone know what happened in the Shane Thompson game? Be interested to know the result in that one. Scott Ross playing Carlo Donahue tonight, but stick with us and we'll keep you updated with the scores as and when we can. You don't want to look away from this game. Shane won 24-16, so basically 19-16 with his 5-frame start. Fair play to Shane, well done. Great stuff. So this is Beer Productions, and it gives me absolute pleasure, and it's a real privilege to have Gareth Potts in the commentary box. How you doing, Gaz?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, you enjoying the game so far?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I watched most of it, and it seems a pretty good standard. A little bit slow, to be honest, but the standard's good. But I think one of the players needs to pick up the pace a little bit, I think, to run away with it.
Yeah.
There hasn't been many mistakes, but like I say, I think the pace is a little bit slow.
Okay, break a bit of a factor at the moment. Mark seems to have had quite a number of dry breaks so far, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think, you know, they're both obviously really, really good players, and I always thought the break would perhaps play quite a big factor in it. I just think it's quite important to keep the pace of the way that you play. You know, when you're practicing the natural pace that you play, and I don't really know too much about Mark because I'm not really seeing too much of him play. I know he's had a lot of good results in the money matches, but I know for Clint he does play quite a little bit quicker, certainly in practice, because, you know, over the last sort of 6 months I've practiced quite a lot of Chinese 8-ball with him, and I don't think the way he's playing this match is his natural pace. Maybe that's affected a little bit by the way that Mark's playing his pace, but I think in a match this big you have to try and dictate a little bit and make your own pace. So I think personally for Clint he needs to maybe step up the pace a little bit.
Okay. From your own perspective, I mean, obviously just back from China, congratulations. I mean, that's just epic for you, isn't it? I mean, 3rd time winning the Chinese Masters. I mean, it's a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Yeah, obviously over the moon to win. Went the hard way around. I lost my 3rd match in the double elimination, so it meant a hard route through the loser side. I think I had to win 9 straight matches for the loser side, having won the first 2 and then lost the 3rd. But no, it's obviously feel great.
What
third
kind of
Masters.
pressure does that? What kind of pressure does that put on you when you're at the winner's side? You know, you're down on your last life, and you know you've got such an uphill battle.
Well, to be honest, I don't. Double elimination of them when I went out to China is not something that you used to playing. Certainly for coming from an English pool background. So, to be honest, the way that I treat those tournaments is that I don't really think about it as double elimination. I think about it as, okay, I have to win 6 straight matches to get to the final. If you happen to lose a match, okay, at whatever point that loss comes, you're actually still in the tournament. So I almost treat it as, I feel a little bit lucky to still be in, because having lost a match in some other tournaments, you would be already on the way home. Now, even though that means 9 straight matches to the final, I still feel lucky to still be in the event. So I don't really think of it as double elimination too much until or if that second loss comes, or the first loss comes.
I mean, I could see the emotion after the match. I mean, that I could see that meant so much to you. Can you put that into context? Is it? I mean, it's hard to compare titles, but against your other Masters, or four World Championships in World Rules and Black Balls. So, how do these things compare? Because you go to China playing against China's best, and you're dominating this tournament over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's an incredible
this
achievement.
One certainly ranks up there, because I think more so the way that I came through the draw, through the loser side, and from when I first went to China 5 years ago and won the first Masters, the standard has dramatically improved, to be honest, amongst the Chinese players and also the international players, but more so the Chinese players. Now there's probably 20 to 30 players that are unbelievably good. So actually, achievement-wise, I think this was probably up there with the best for me, and maybe that was one of the reasons why I was sort of so emotional. I've had 5 years in China now. I had a 5-year contract. That contract's coming to an end pretty soon. So it was a pretty important win for me regarding that. Obviously, 3 and 5, is something that I'm pretty happy with. And it was just more of the way that I came through the tournament and came through the field, having lost the third match. It was quite a long route, to be honest. So when you lose that match, and obviously I looked at the draw and I worked out that it was going to be sort of 8 or 9 matches to win the event. When you start looking at it like that, you sort of think, oh, what's the point? Because obviously at some point, but you just have to carry on, take one match at a time, one frame at a time, one shot at a time. And then fortunately, I was lucky enough to find myself sort of in effectively what was the quarter final. So I was 2 matches away from the main final, 1 match away from the losers final, and I just sort of took one match at a time. Before I knew it, I was in touching distance, and it was a long week and quite mentally draining. And I felt like I played great some matches. I felt like I struggled in others, but I felt like the bottle was there when I needed it. I felt like I took some big finishes out when I needed it. So it was quite rewarding. So in many ways, I think it was probably the best win for me in my career.
Brilliant, excellent, that's great. Just roll it back a few years, and so what kind of, because Chinese 8 ball wasn't really a factor over here. I mean, now the word's getting around, and you're bringing it to England. I've seen on Facebook a number of clubs saying, should we get tables in? And how did you actually get into the game?
I got into it 5 years ago. They introduced the International Masters, and back then there was just 8 invited players and the top 8 Chinese players. So the 8 invited players were Stephen Hendry, Ken Doherty from the snooker world, and then from the pool world was Darren Appleton, Chris Malin, Mick Hill, and myself. And then there was Ralph Souquet from the 9-ball world, and then there was a lady, I think it was Kelly Fisher, and then the top 8 Chinese. So they wanted to create this sort of international event that was of a hybrid of all the different players from the best Q sports that would play this hybrid game. Obviously, I was fortunate enough to win that first event. Off the back of that, I signed a contract with Joy Billiards, and I just thought, in order for me to continue to do well at this game, I need to obviously sacrifice playing English 8-ball, because the contrast between the two Q sports is so big the balls, the equipment, everything about it couldn't be any further apart. That, you know, I had to make a sacrifice, and you know, I'd had a good career playing English 8-ball, so it was sort of the perfect time for me to move on and try and achieve something at something else. Obviously, since then, it's just gone from strength to strength. I mean, next year for the Joy Masters, they've more than trebled the prize fund, so it's going to be 1 million RMB to the winner of the Joy Masters next year, which I think at the minute is probably around 115,000 English.
Wow. That
So
suddenly does that suddenly get a different player interested? Do the snooker players start getting interested, and the American players become more interested?
Absolutely, and I think the reason it does is because at the end of the day, no matter how much publicity, no matter how much sort of TV exposure, whatever you want to say, any event has, at the end of the day, it's the money that attracts the players, it's the money that talks. So when you start talking about 100, 120,000 pound English to the winner of a tournament, that's obviously more than they play for in a lot of the snooker tournaments.
Absolutely.
So it's obviously going to get the attention of the snooker players. Now, it's in January. It's always going to be in January. That's dictated to by the live TV CCTV5.
So that's the same time as the
It's roughly
Masters,
the same time as the Masters. So therefore, it's going to eliminate obviously those players because they have obviously other interests. But away from the top 16 players, certainly going forward, I see all of those players sort of fighting to get into the event and get involved in it, because I just think Chinese 8-ball appeals to every player that plays cue sport. You know, players that play snooker just think it's a smaller snooker table. It looks like a snooker table.
Mm-hmm.
Players that play the American game think, well, it's the same size table, it's the same balls.
Same balls.
And people that play 8-ball, as in English 8-ball, think, well, it's 8-ball, it's still 8-ball. You know, we know the patterns better than anybody. And in my opinion, the English 8-ball players do know the patterns better than anybody. So everybody from every cue sport discipline thinks that they're going to be able to compete at Chinese 8-ball, and that's the reason why I think it's the perfect hybrid cue sport.
Can it take off in this country? Because I mean, it's quite a big investment to say, well, actually, I'm going to convert a whole area of my snooker club over to Chinese. It's not really a lot of point having one table in there because you can't run a tournament on one table. So it's quite a big investment and a risk for these club owners. Can it take off?
I think the reason it can take off is because there's so much demand for it, and if there's demand for players to have a table to be practicing because there's so many events for such huge amounts of money, people need to have tables to practice on. So sooner or later, the club bosses and the club owners have got to say, right, we need to obviously make the facilities available for people to practice on. Before the money was introduced and got to where it's at, do I think it's a viable business venture? Well, to be honest, no, because if me and you said, right, we're going to open up a club tomorrow, we've got 7,500 square feet of club, we can put 15 Supreme tables, 2 or 3 snooker, maybe a 9-ball table, have a nice bar area, and we can charge £6, £7, £8 an hour. Or we can have half the amount of Chinese 8-ball tables, costing probably 3 times, 4 times the amount per table. That doesn't really stack up as business sense. You've got to ship them over from China.
Just interrupt you briefly. Mark obviously pointing his cue towards the red there. I think he thought he got a bit of a kick.
To be honest,
a cue ball in the middle.
To be honest, I think he definitely got a big kick, and I think the reason how you know he got a kick is where the cue ball finished.
Yeah.
If you watch where the cue ball finishes, the cue ball can't possibly go that wide and be snookered on the black if he doesn't get a kick.
Yeah, and he knew that. He pointed straight away with his cue.
I think that's really, really unfortunate because he definitely got a kick there because the cue ball can't go there.
Yeah.
Going back to that, you know, as a business venture, is it viable? If, like I said, if me and you said, right, we're going to open up a club now, we can have half the amount of Chinese tables at £3,000-4,000 a table, which it is for the high-end gold leg Joy table, or we can buy a Supreme for £600-800.
They are a stunning table, aren't they?
They're amazing. So from a business point of view, on the mathematics, that mean you would probably have to charge, what, 30, 40 pound an hour
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
the equivalent of what an English table
Yeah.
would generate with double the amount of space. So from that point of view, okay, no. But I think the more and more tournaments, the more money that becomes involved, I think the demand is going to be there. So these clubs are going to have to put some sort of Chinese, whether that's a joy table, whether it's some sort of fake, whatever it is. I think these clubs are going to have some form of Chinese 8-ball table.
So, what's life like for Gareth now then? I mean, you're obviously sponsored to play over in China. I think, do you do a lot of practice at home as well and stream it over in China? I mean, someone said to me, I think he lives 9 months a year in China. Give us a bit of an insight into, are you traveling out there monthly, or do you spend periods living out there?
Yeah, I definitely don't do 9 months a year out there, by the way. I'd struggle with that. The culture and the food, everything's a little bit hard work, to be completely honest. But no, I do. I'm contracted to Joy Billiards, and I do probably on average 8 trips a year.
Okay.
For anything, probably up to 2 weeks. So probably every 6 weeks or so, I do a trip out to China to do challenge matches, exhibitions, promotional work.
And you've got a studio at home where you do you do some practice, but also training.
Yeah, I have a contract with a streaming company where they stream so many hours of my live practice. That's from my own club, Players Pool and Snooker Lounge, Newcastle under Lyme. Myself and Lee Kendall in that club. So I know Beard have done some events from there. So I have my Chinese table in the club. I prefer to have a table in the club, to be honest, than at home. I had a table at home at the house before, and I never used to play on it. I prefer to go out to the club. I prefer the club, even though in the daytime it's not particularly busy, I prefer the club sort of environment to practice.
Yeah.
A few of the boys will be in, and I know people in there. It's not like locked in a dungeon.
Well, it's kind of like going to work, isn't it? If it's at home, it's easy just to think, I might have a couple of frames later or something.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
If you're leaving the house, it's like it becomes more of a job.
Absolutely. So that's the reason why. So I've got a table at the club. So I do all the practice from the club.
Are you a big practicer?
I am, to be honest, and especially at the Chinese 8-ball, you have to be.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, and to compete at the top level, especially with the top Chinese boys that are doing 8-10 hours a day every single day. The money in China is obviously huge. That allows them to be able to treat it as a full-time job, to be able to practice these hours. And I feel like to be able to compete at that level, obviously, you can't get away with doing an hour here and there. You only get out what you put in.
Yeah.
Without
going into massive detail, I mean, I've watched an amount of Chinese. Is there just a brief précis on the rules? I know someone was asking on the stream if you could just run through the very basics of it, top level.
Yeah, the basics are, they're just unbelievably attacking. They are set out to make watching on the TV attractive, and to make the rules. And the thing that I like about the rules so much is you actually get rewarded for attacking, and you actually get punished for making a mistake. And what I mean by that is, for example, it's not so much at black ball rules, but at world rules, for example, you can miss a ball down the cushion. I can have 3 balls around that hole, so you accidentally miss the ball trying to pot it, leave it over the hole, but you're still favourite to win the frame, but you've actually made a mistake. At the Chinese rules, if you miss that ball down the rail and I've got 3 balls around it, you've as good as lost, because I have the option of, firstly, playing the skill shot. Secondly, as long as I hit my ball first, I can pot your ball and it's just loss of turn.
Okay.
So as long as I have to make contact with my own ball first, at any point I can pot your ball, and you just have to play from where the cue ball lands. There's no the mind process of a foul is no longer a foul. If I pot your ball at any point when I've made contact with my own ball, it's just loss of turn.
Wow.
So that obviously makes it unbelievably attacking.
And if you snooker them, they have to play it from where it lands, so there's no free ball.
Yeah, so you've missed your last ball down the rail. I've just snicked off mine next to it, clipped yours and potted it. you're now full ball snookered on the black that's on the top rail, and you have to just play from where the cue ball lands.
Wow.
So you come out the snooker, you miss the black. I've now got ball in hand. But I've only got one shot. There's no black ball rule of you get your free shot, develop the ball, and then go with the second visit. It's just one shot. So okay, you've missed the black. I've got 2 or 3 balls still on the rail. It's still a really tough finish, especially on a Chinese 8-ball table. So it does sort of separate the men from the boys a little bit in that respect. There's no, certainly from a world rules point of view, going for the finish with 2 shots, dribble your last ball over the hole, pot it with your second visit, and dribble. It's like there's pressure on every single shot.
Yeah.
A little bit like the black ball rules, except that there's no free visit. Basically, there's no develop your bad ball. You have to go with 1 shot.
Sounds like the kind of game that an attacking player, someone like Jason Shaw, would relish. I mean, Jason's obviously ripping up the States at the moment, isn't he? I mean, he just seems to be winning everything.
No, he does. Yeah, I've seen some of the results, and he seems to be playing great. I've seen some of the interviews from some of the players, that are sort of saying,
he's okay.
and over the last sort of 6-12 months, wherever it is, I think he's been by far the best player in the world on the American tables. But certainly on the Chinese table, it is different. The technique's different. Your cue action has to be different, and your patterns of playing 8-ball have to be like as good as they can be, because the pockets are so tight. If you don't take the balls in the right order, it's not possible to clear up. So a few of the top players, for example, I played Albin Auschen, the current world 9-ball champion, in which I think was maybe the 4th or 5th round of the losers side over in China this time. And he was one of 2 international players out of 11 matches I played that was an international player. Obviously 9 were Chinese players, 2 were international players. So effectively he was supposed to be one of the easier matches, because the international players were supposedly be not as strong as the Chinese. And he played as good as anybody against me. I was like really, really impressed. He hit the ball unbelievably well. His patterns at 8-ball were as good as I've ever seen. And I was really, really, really impressed, to be honest. So I think Chinese 8-ball sort of surprises you of who you would think would be good and who is not quite so good. For example, Stephen Hendry, he plays it out there, but he's really not the best at it now. I know he doesn't necessarily put the time in, but for somebody who obviously hits the ball as well as he does, you would maybe expect he would be a little bit better. Somebody like Albin Auschen, who with the typical 9-ball cue action, a little bit like Shane Van Bonen, you would maybe think wouldn't have quite the accuracy. I personally didn't think he would be as good as he was.
No.
And he surprised me the way that he played. So it is a little bit like, the top boys in the American game might be okay at it, but to be honest, they might also be very, very bad. So
what's I mean, you're obviously a gifted cueist. You've always dominated in pool, but I mean, what's giving you the edge? I mean, how are you able to go to China and beat the Chinese at their own game? Is there something special that you would sort of, if you were to give a tip to somebody that wanted to get into the game, what would it be?
I think Chinese 8-ball is the perfect hybrid of cue sports, and I think you have to be obviously fundamentally good to start with. You have to be fundamentally sound, or else it's almost impossible.
This is just breaking away for a second. Sorry, we're letting the game kind of commentate itself at the moment, as the standard's right up there, and it's not often you get a chance to speak to Gareth Potts. But Mark just running away with this one slightly at 14-11. Another unforced error there by Clint.
Yeah, it was quite a careless shot
feet.
there. He's obviously overran the position by sort of 6 inches, and okay, you might say he's a little bit unlucky to land glued to the black, but he should never be anywhere near the black, to be honest.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's getting to the point where it's getting a little bit serious now. You don't want him getting sort of 5, 6, 7 frames ahead.
No, Mark's too good at to give him that kind of lead.
And to be honest, it's the first time I've actually, obviously I know his results, but certainly when I was playing English 8-ball, Mark, I think he played in some of the events, but he was sort of never in the latter stages, when I was playing the event, so I never actually got to play him, never really got to see him too much. So I didn't really know too much about him, and obviously I know his results in money matches have been amazing. He's won some big events, some big money matches, but this is the first time I've actually sat and watched, a match where, I've watched his patterns, and to be honest, I really like the way he hits the ball.
I do. I think he cues it beautifully.
I think he hits the ball really,
economy
really
of
well.
cue ball.
Yeah. Okay, ultra, maybe a little bit slow at times, a little bit methodical, but he hits the ball.
There we are, bigging him up.
Just that's commentator's curse, right?
That's the first ball he's missed an open play in the match.
Yeah. But no, to be honest, away from that, I really like the way that he strikes the cue ball. He hits it, and obviously, here he's the underdog. He's playing against, Clint and probably, I don't know, a couple of hundred people in here, it's not easy. And he still hits the ball really, really well. And
ex-professional snooker player, I guess. So he's kind of relying on his snooker action.
Yeah, but it's not only that, because I've seen almost all of the snooker players play English 8-ball at some point, but he's got he's got a nice way that he hits the cue ball, which he gets action, but times it well and hits it quite softly, which when you're under pressure helps, and when you've got the tough balls up the rails, it allows you to hit it a little bit softer and still get the reaction. So now I'm quite impressed with, to be honest, been quite impressed with his patterns and quite impressed with the way that he hits the cue ball, to be honest.
Yeah.
And so far Clint looks a little bit edgy, and at the minute, he's 3 frames ahead, and I think probably deservedly at the minute.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier Players Club. Obviously, you've got 3 events coming up this year. You yourself and Lee Kendall have a vested interest in that, and 3 events that Beard are covering as well. Tell us a bit about them. Are they at capacity? Have you got room in them, or what?
Yeah, no.
I know there's one for World and one for Black Ball.
Yeah,
isn't there? So.
I think 2 have been changed to Black Ball rules now. One's at World rules, and I think they're all pretty much full. I think there's still a couple of spaces available in a couple of them, but as in names on the sheets, I think they're pretty much full. I don't think they're fully paid yet, so there's a reserve list. But no, as for club events and as for any events go at the minute, they're right up there with any that you can play anywhere in the world, prize money wise. So yeah, it's something that we're looking forward to hosting. We sort of pride ourselves on having the best tables. Lee does a huge amount of work with the event, and he puts on a good event as there is anywhere in the world at the minute, including any of the professional events, to be honest.
Yeah, very well organised. So you said there's 2 Black Ball and 1 World rules.
Yeah, there's 2 Black Ball.
I think 64 players in.
Yeah, 64 players.
It's incredible to be able to fill them as well.
Yeah,
it's
be able to
amazing.
fill them, and I think the one is going to be like 10,000 English to the winner, which
that's an incredible prize.
Matches any event.
Yeah, for sure.
Anywhere there is. I think that's now the prize of the World Championships. It's only just gone up to that, but for the past 4 or 5 years, they haven't been anywhere near that in any event. So yeah, for club events, it's as good as it gets. Anyone obviously wanting to enter any of those events that hasn't already, obviously can contact Lee directly and ask obviously availability on, depending on if you go onto the website or Lee's Facebook page, you can see the events of the dates of all 3 events, and obviously depending on which one sort of you want to enter, you can contact Lee and check the availability.
Yeah, and we will be we'll be covering those on Beard Productions, and I've just noticed that our Beard Productions Facebook page is just hovering at just under 5,900 likes. It would be awesome to get that over 6,000 today. Maybe give us a plug, guys. Just get us over 6,000. I think we've picked up about 400 likes today, which is, I mean, this is great for us because it gives us credibility, and it gives us coverage. So every time we get likes, it obviously boosts our profile. So we love getting likes on Facebook. If you haven't already done so, please head across to our Facebook page, Beard Productions, and click the like button and try and get us over 6,000 today. That would be an awesome achievement. We never expected to get as many as we already have. You mentioned earlier about practice partners. You said that you practiced a fair bit of Chinese with Clint. Do you find it easy to get practice partners?
Yeah, getting the practice partners is not
Do you want a
necessarily
quality
the hard part. You know, getting somebody that obviously, you know, because it's not about just practicing and winning
You don't want to be
comfortably.
potting balls. You want someone who knows the
Exactly.
tactics. You want someone who understands Chinese intimately,
Yeah.
so you can test yourself against them.
Yeah, and yeah, you know, to be honest, for the probably the past 5 or 6 months, Clint's been travelling over to Stoke. You know, he's been, you know, once a week he's been getting the train over. You know, we've been playing for sort of 5-6 hours a day, once a week at the Chinese 8 ball. And obviously leading up to the Masters, it was obviously a big help to me because, to be honest, he's quite a good player. To be honest, he's a very good player at the Chinese 8 ball. So obviously it's good practice for me for him to come and play me. Obviously pushes me a little bit, so it's perfect. And he's a really nice lad, and he's looking to get involved in the Chinese 8 ball as is everybody. And I think he's going to end up getting a table, and he's very, very good, to be honest. And I've played most of the top English 8 ball players, and I've played a lot of the top snooker players. And given that he doesn't necessarily practice other than once a week when he comes and plays me, he plays to a very, very high level. So
yeah, but it's some practice partner for him to have, isn't it? I mean, he's got someone at the top of the game to practice against, so it's going to bring on his game leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
So that's obviously the way he's heading, maybe away from black ball and towards Chinese, you think, or maybe a mixture. Is it possible to play a mixture?
I personally think no, because the contrast between the two games, as in the balls, the equipment that you have to use. I mean, you know, for example, you know, these guys here are probably using like an 8 or an 8.5 mil tip. The Chinese 8 ball, I use an 11.5, but a lot of the players use American cues at 12, 12.5. You know, so you're talking like up to 4 or 5 mil difference on the cues. The balls are just like marbles as to boulders. The just everything about it could not be any different. And I think and that's the decision I made to stop playing English 8 ball, because I just thought the contrast of the two cue sports is so vast that.
Could that be to the detriment of him today, do you think? I mean, or
well, no, because I think for it to be detrimental to you have to be playing a lot of it. Now he was only playing it once a week, and I think it definitely improves the way you get through the cue ball. So I think for it to be detrimental to you have to be playing a lot of it. But long term, you know, if you're going to be playing a lot of Chinese 8 ball or vice versa, a lot of English 8 ball. Actually, I think when you're playing English 8 ball, it's easier to go to the Chinese 8 ball as to when you're playing a lot of China, because you know sometimes now I'll play the odd frame in the club for the lads on a Monday night in the local league when they're short, and I just haven't got a clue where the cue ball, you know, the balls, because obviously the balls are lighter anyway, but because the cue ball is lighter than the object balls, the reaction to me now is just a little bit obscene, to be honest, and for that reason it's a little bit of hard work. So that's the reason I made the decision that, you know.
What kind of reactions do you get when you pitch up at a pub to play local club and then you walk as Potts and they all going, what on earth's going on here then?
Yeah, but I walk in these days and I can't clear up at this game, so they don't have to worry.
Excellent.
It's like they want to draw me now.
I can't believe that for a second. There's a feather in their cap though if they can get one up against you. Something to tell the grandkids. So Mark at the table, currently leading 14-12. This from the break. I've so not been watching this frame. It's terrible. It's from the break, yeah. There's been a lot of break dishes throughout this match. Pretty high quality so far. Not too many balls missed in open play. And again,
he's played a good shot there. He'll just land flat on the back rail now. Drop the yellow in. Land flat on the back rail, so he's got an angle just to screw up off the side rail and obviously land on the black into the right corner. Obviously important that he lands flat on the back rail, but from where he's landed he can't not. Unless he gets a kick, he'll land flat on the back cushion.
The one difference between probably a little bit straighter than he wanted to be there, isn't he? But should still be okay.
I think he's okay. Probably a little bit straighter, but he's still okay. He can still, like, if the cue ball's on the sort of on the back rail, it's really easy. But He actually landed where he could just play it aside.
Touch aside, yeah. I mean, yeah, one of the big differences I've seen between the two players, when it's that bit of touch between the ball, when you need that kind of full ball contact, Mark seems to have got it right every time, and that's where Clint's come and stuck a couple of times.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, I think the big thing for me why Clint's struggling with that is I don't think he's playing at his natural pace. And when you don't play at your natural pace, maybe, you know, he's trying to be a little bit too careful, he's looking for problems. When the balls are quite easy and they're in the middle of the table, if you were practicing, you would probably have cleared those balls in twice the time that it's taking him to clear. And even though he's not necessarily missing a lot of balls, I just think he's taking twice the amount of time as he normally would. So I just think he probably needs to pick the pace up a little bit, because obviously you put all the hours in practice and everything comes natural to you. You play the little stun shots, the little screw shots, and you just subconsciously know where those are going. Now, if you're taking double the amount of time, all of that practice not necessarily goes out the window, but it's not as natural to you as it normally is. So I just think Clint needs to try and focus on what comes natural to him, and to me, it's playing a little bit quicker than he is.
Yeah. You famously put out a challenge to the world a few months ago that you play anybody on the Chinese table.
Yeah.
Did you say it was pretty much any rules, or?
No, I said I would play anybody in the world on the Chinese 8-ball table, and I would play him at 8, 9 ball, or 10 ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any interest whatsoever?
No, there was none.
None.
No, not as yet. So
I kind of find it. Last week, I think Cowboys played a. I don't know if it was 10 ball. They played a money match in the States.
Played 10 ball,
Oscar Rodriguez, was it, or Dominguez? I can't remember the guy's name. And I think they ended up playing for 50,000. And someone suggested there was about 100 grand's worth of side bets as well, which doesn't surprise me, because they do a lot of that. And it just seems like a kind of norm over there. They get two guys that, I mean, I'm not that big into American pool, but you get two guys that I pretty much never heard of, and they're playing for 40, 50 grand. I would have thought that someone, one of these Chinese top players would have taken you up on that.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think it would be one of the top sort of 3 or 4 Chinese players that would maybe play, and I think maybe at some point in the future it may well happen.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would love to play a match at Chinese 8-ball in the UK. I've been playing Chinese 8-ball now for 5 years, and obviously every single match I've ever played has been in China.
Been over there.
They have all the TV there and the money, etc. But I would love to play a match, in the UK, because I do miss playing here. Obviously I don't play in English 8-ball anymore, so I do actually miss.
It'd be nice to play one where
I would love.
You have a partisan crowd that's fully on your side.
I would love to play a match like they're playing here now. Oh dear.
Oh no, he's done it again.
Oh my God.
Ouch.
Wow.
These are mistakes that you just don't expect from Clint, do you? I mean, it's
Yeah, I don't even know. I think that was obviously a really bad shot, but I think the shot before, when he potted the red into the middle, he left himself quite a big angle on the red over the corner, and I don't really know. The thing I presume he was trying to play is the red that's in the middle of the table. I presume it goes into this bottom right corner past the yellow, and he was playing on it into there, and he's sort of over it by like a foot maybe.
It would be awesome if someone took up that challenge. So it's still out there. If anyone wants to take Gareth up on it, it would that would be some spectacle. See a 100k match. The Chinese are obviously massive supporters of snooker, big supporters of Chinese 8-ball. Do they have any interest? I mean, for example, if you were to share this on a Chinese page, would people tune in, or would they be interested?
Yeah,
or if you put it on a Facebook page or whatever?
Absolutely, because
they're
to be honest,
big Cuesport fans.
They're massively interested in English 8-ball, and to be honest, I think the reason why they're so interested in English 8-ball is because the players that have gone to China and done well, their background has been from English 8-ball. So when they look at the players that have gone over there and done well, like myself, Darren, Chris, people that have gone over there and done well, everybody, Carl Boys, they all come from an English 8-ball background. So the Chinese are almost saying, well, hold on a minute, where are these boys from? They're not snooker players, they're not 9-ball players. Well, how can these sort of be so good at the game? So that's, I think, to be honest, more than the actual physics of the game, and they're more interested in English 8-ball because the players that have gone over and done well, that's where they came from, so they want to see where we came from, basically.
Yeah.
And I think, and they are really, really interested. And to be honest, when I have the conversation with any of the players, sort of, not many of them speak English, so via a translator, when we talk about the game and they ask about the size of the table, the size of the balls, they can't believe the size of the table, but the thing that they can't believe the most is this, not only the size of the balls, but they can't believe that the cue ball is a different size to the object ball. And in my opinion, that's something that should have changed a long time ago at English 8-ball.
Really?
Yeah, because it's something that would give it, again, in my opinion, a lot more credibility throughout the whole cue sport world if they played with the same size balls.
Why is that?
Well, the reason why you've got a smaller cue ball to the object balls is because back in the olden days, when you used to pop the cue ball in the pub, it comes out a different tray and comes out the other end.
Of course, yeah.
That's the only reason why the cue ball is smaller than the object balls.
Yeah.
And yet now we play on a domestic pool table where all the balls come out the same end, and yet we're still playing with the smaller cue ball. Why?
Do you get more action off a small? I mean, I don't. I'm asking.
Well,
a genuine question, because I don't know. I mean, I play 8 balls, so I don't know what the difference is of playing with it. What would you lose?
It's a huge
action?
difference, and back
would you
in
get
the
more action?
Well, back in the days when there was no spotty cue ball, the cue ball was 2 grams lighter than the ball with the spots. They introduced the ball with the spots, so obviously it's 2 grams heavier, and it was a huge difference. You could play like a whole array of shots that you couldn't play with the other cue ball. So could you imagine if you make the cue ball that's the same size as the object balls? It just makes the shots that you're able to play so much more. It makes the reaction so much more natural off the balls. And I just think, well, I know from, especially talking from some of the snooker players, it's almost like, oh yeah, that's that game where the cue ball's smaller than the object balls, and it's almost like a bit of, there's no reason for it to be smaller. In every other cue sport, they're the same size, and the reason
I'd never thought about that.
The reason why it was smaller is because back in the day,
of course,
if you potted the cue ball in the pub and it didn't come out the end where the end where you break off, you would have to put your 50 pence in again and get the cue ball out. Where now we play on tables where they all come out the same end, and we should be playing, in my opinion, with the cue ball that's the same size as the object balls. Whether you want to put spots on, I actually personally think the spots look better, especially for the TV, because you can see the side spin. Fine, keep the spots on, but you have to make it the same size.
Yeah. So this is Beer Productions. My name is Nick Finn. I'm in the commentary with the one and only legend, it's Gareth Potts. Really interesting to talk to you, Gareth. What else was I going to ask? Oh, I know what I was going to ask, because I heard something. Noticeably in this game, there's the referee's been trying the right rack. He's been trying the supreme rack, and he's been struggling a bit to get him to stay. And I'm sure I saw you say once that nobody's invented a magic rack for 8-ball.
To be honest, I find it amazing that nobody's invented a magic rack, because it's literally just a thin plastic piece of material that you just make the 15 little holes. Oh, wow,
that's another unforced there. You wouldn't expect it. And Mark actually seems to be slowing down in this game as well.
And to be honest, he seems to be slowing down. And obviously, when you get ahead, he's 3 frames ahead. He needs to, in my opinion, step his foot on the gas a little bit and sort of, take it to him a little bit. And
just try and flow.
Actually, the first shot that he played when Clint went off, I don't really know what he tried to play. And I think he maybe tried to put one of the reds safe or whatever. But I just think, you've got 6 balls in the middle of the table and you've got a free shot. If we were practicing here, we would have already been 2 frames on by now. And I know we're not practicing now. I know playing for a huge amount of money, but if you make things as unnatural as this, it's hard.
And it's hard to pick up that rhythm
It's hard
as well,
to pick
isn't
up
it?
the rhythm, and you know, it's hard to play well. Even if you feel good and start to play well, when you're playing at the same tempo, whether you're playing good or bad, it's hard to.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, actually. That was noticeable. I went to watch the the Stevie Dempsey game. We were playing Paul Riley last night, and the table was playing really quickly. That's a great shot by Clint. The table was playing really quickly. But, Stevie just seemed to be tiptoeing on every single shot, just not playing through, not punching any balls in because he was so scared of the pace.
Yeah.
And he was 14-11 down at the break. And during the break, he got on the table and he just started punching ball after ball in the pocket.
To get the feel. Yeah.
And then he came back afterwards and won about 5 racks in a row. He was just a different player afterwards.
Yeah.
And sometimes it almost takes that, doesn't it? It's just, you know, both players went away during the break, and maybe Clint could have just sat on there and just punched a few balls and just got his arm going and just getting his pace going up or something.
Yeah. No, you know, it's each player is different. Some people like to just go away, but actually, I think the table to me looks a little bit sluggish tonight. And obviously the ball that Mark's missed there, it was quite a big frame there, 16-12, 15-13. It's quite a big frame. And to be fair, he hasn't missed many in the match, Mark. Even though you're saying he's maybe playing a little bit slow. Even though he's playing a little bit slow, he hasn't made many mistakes. To be fair, obviously that was one, and maybe one a few frames ago.
Yep.
Had he have not made those 2 mistakes, then maybe it would have been a bit of daylight now. But yeah, going back to the Magic Rack. I'm amazed that nobody has made the Magic Rack to just fit the English pool balls, because it's just the same principle as they use in the Chinese 8-ball, use in American. And for me, it's just a fair way of playing 8-ball, because, for example, now, like, you know, these guys are playing here, so the referee's racking these balls up now, and he's using this, in my opinion, this stupid rack, whatever it is, and they're pushing it in from the back.
Yeah.
And so he racks them up. All 15 balls are very rarely touching, whichever racks you use.
Yeah.
So now Mark breaks off here. All 15 balls are not touching, for example. He doesn't make a ball, and they don't really open. So the frame after, the referee gets some touching, not unintentionally, obviously, but he gets some touching. Clint then breaks off, taps them, pots one. They all go over the hole. It's not fair. Because the referee has...
There's no consistency.
There's no consistency. It was the referee's fault, or maybe even the triangle's fault, or the reason. But if you use a Magic Rack where all 15 balls are guaranteed to be touching, no matter if, like, you're racking them up, I'm racking them up, or the 5-year-old kid in the crowd's racking them up, he gets all 15 balls touching. It's the same for both players.
So if there's any budding inventors out there...
So, you know, it's not like it's maybe something for Dragon's Den here. It's just a little bit of, you know, like plastic paper.
And think how many tens of thousands you'd sell with the amount of pool tables around.
Yeah, and I just think it's the fair way, because then everyone gets the same. Gets exactly the same rack.
Yeah.
You know, I think the triangle
are people
here...
worried that the bit of plastic, does it affect your shots at all?
No, because what happens in China is, obviously you use it, they break off, the referee goes timeout. If there's 3 balls on it, he marks them, marks the balls, takes it off, and then you play with no.
Yeah.
You know, so and if you haven't got a referee, then it doesn't really affect the cue ball too much, unless you like, and the amount of times you roll the ball over when it really can affect. And I just think what that outweighs the plus points of having all 15 balls touching, as to maybe every 20 or 25 racks you might get a ball that slightly deviates if you're playing a match where you haven't taken it off. Far outweighs the ref dodgy racking you every other frame.
There you go.
And, you know, I see that they use this sort of contraption is that they're racking their balls up with now. It just, you know, they had them when I was playing, and it's just rubbish. And you use the plastic rack, it's rubbish also, because sometimes they're not the perfect shaped triangle.
Yeah.
There's no room in the back to push your fingers in, so when you take the triangle off the back, it moves the balls. What they're better off doing, in my opinion, is going to get a larger triangle, like a snooker triangle, slamming the balls to the top of it, so all the balls go slam to the top. You've got probably 2 inches to the back, you've got room to take the triangle off from the back. You move it without touching the balls. That's the best way they've got of racking the balls up, where they're all touching.
So they are. So yeah, if there's any budding inventors out there, there's your £1 million idea, and it was given to you right here by Gareth Potts on Beer Productions.
So I want 10%, by the way.
We're all in for commission on that one. So Mark going about this clearance nicely.
Yeah, that's a perfect example there. Obviously, you could. There's a good camera angle there, and you can see like right down the throat of the shot. And I was saying about how well he hits the ball. You know, his timing of the ball, his cue action's really good. He's got a really good pause at the top of the backswing, and even though obviously he's under pressure, he's just missed quite an easy ball there. He hit that really, really good. I do quite like the way he hits the ball, especially under pressure.
Something interesting for me, I mean, it always fascinates me is cue actions. We talk about the ultimate cue action. People say that Stephen Lee, I think he's in action tonight in a pool match against John Sullivan. He's got one of the Rolls-Royce cue actions. I mean, Chris Melling's got a lovely cue action. You talk about the cue actions, and then you see the Americans who have just such a totally different cue action, like Shane Van Boning, the way he cues, or Earl Strickland, they cue so
amazing.
differently.
Yeah,
and surely there is is there an epitome of a cue action? I mean, and why don't those American players kind of look at it and think, should we be doing that?
Well, I think what it is the bottom line is, for each different cue sport discipline, the perfect cue action is different. So, for example, Stephen Lee's cue action is obviously amazing on a snooker table. Ronnie O'Sullivan's cue action is Stephen Hendry. But for a pool table, that's not necessarily, or an English pool table, that's not necessarily the perfect cue action,
right?
Because you have to hit the balls differently. The same for the Chinese. You have to hit the balls differently. You aim for a different spot down the cushion. You play shots differently. You play more shots with side. And so somebody that necessarily you think on a snooker table has got a really good cue action, it wouldn't necessarily be a really good cue action for the pool table. But going to the American players, I mean, after I won the Chinese 8-ball event last week, after the final, we did a bit of an exhibition, and there was me and Van Boning and another one of the guys played against the Chinese.
I did
saw
watch
that.
Yeah.
And it's the first time I've really seen Van Boning up close. And I did actually practice with him for a little bit, but I didn't really sort of take note. But we actually played a Scotch doubles in this sort of event.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Yeah,
and for those at home that don't understand the black ball rules, that's a legal shot in this game, and a great shot, and that's why the Scottish fans are cheering and not the locals. So yeah, basically a skill shot. He can, as long as he pots the red, he can pot the black first. It doesn't matter which order they go in, does it? As long as he hits the red first.
Yeah, as long as you pot the red. And obviously the main objective there is he knew that the black was gonna be going in. So as long as that he pots the red, then he knows that he's going to be okay. Even if the black wobbles, he's probably going to stay over the hole.
Yeah.
So he just had to concentrate on potting the red.
The Scottish fans finding their voice, and this becomes a key frame now for Clint. He really needs to get a foothold. I noticed that. I'm pretty sure I noticed that Mark cut break in the last frame.
He's been cut breaking for most of the match. Yeah.
Clint's still powering the front. Is that?
Yeah, I personally...
I mean, Clint must know this table fairly well. So.
I personally really don't like the cut break.
Do you not?
No. I think...
Is it not horses for courses, though? Does it not... It does work on... It seems to work on certain tables, doesn't it?
Yeah, it can work on certain tables. I just think a huge part of 8-ball on any table is being able to have a good break and having a big break. I personally think at any 8-ball you should be made to hit the front ball. Now, I understand there can be a little bit of a skill, but with the cut break, it's almost a little bit of in my opinion, a bit of a cop out. It's like, okay, I've not necessarily got a great break, so I'm gonna hit that. And I've always thought the same thing, and I think somebody that hits the ball as well as Mark obviously does and times the ball as well as he does, he'd be far better off just making sure he drives through the front ball with the cue ball somewhere in the middle of the table. I think he would have so much more success just because of how well he hits the ball.
So yeah, just I mean, going back to the conversation about cue actions, I mean, you think that kind of cue action that the Americans use, are they?
Yeah,
I mean, does that suit that game then? I mean,
yeah. So obviously, I was playing an exhibition match, Scottish doubles with Shane, and I was amazed that what he actually does is he cues up to the ball, and then on the take back at the top of the backswing, he actually pulls the cue offline.
That's right.
By probably like 2 inches sometimes.
Yeah.
So halfway through,
it's almost like a sawing action.
Yeah,
isn't
he comes back and then comes out.
Yeah.
Whips it offline, and obviously he whips it back in on line, and obviously delivers it straight, or else obviously he wouldn't pot the balls he pots. But he actually takes the cue back, then pulls it offline, then pulls it back online, and then delivers it.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, for any people out there that watch golf, like Jim Furyk, the way that he swings the golf club, he pulls it back and then whips it offline, and then somehow corrects it at some point. Shane Van Bonen is very similar, really unorthodox, but
it works for him.
Obviously works for him, and at the modern era, probably one of the most successful 9-ball players of all time. I think he's won 5 US Opens, and so it works for him.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of snooker players. I can't think who it at this second, but there's one of them barely feathers, isn't there? I mean, he just
like Marco Fu. For example.
Marco
Fu just puts his tip to the cue ball, pulls it back, and hits it. Joe Swale used to hold the cue out to the side as though he was like, as though he was 2 foot tall and couldn't see the table, and used to hold the cue out to the side. It's just
because if you're classically trained, if you're trained by a classic snooker player,
like a textbook coach,
he will teach you.
Yeah, he would
kind of.
He would teach you to stand with, your lead leg straight, and you would walk into the shot with the other one bent, and those are all the sort of typical classic fundamentals of the cue sport. But not everyone's the same. Everybody plays differently. Like for example, Mark Boyle here. He comes from a snooker background. He hits the ball really well, obviously, but if you watch his lead leg, he's actually facing the opposite way to where he's actually playing the shot. So both legs are actually bent, and they're sort of facing outwards a little bit. But look how well he gets through the ball.
Yeah. You pick up on things. I guess you just play so much, you just notice these things, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm a little bit of a sort of connoisseur when it comes to the cue sports and how people play, how people hit the ball, and some people just get on with it. I do sort of take note of. It's just something that's the way I am, I suppose.
You love the game.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy watching it? I mean, do you watch a lot of streaming and stuff like that?
I really enjoy watching. I think you sort of never know too much to learn, you know, and you may watch a whole stream for a night, whether it be English 8-ball, whether it be snooker or whatever it may be, and at some point somebody may play a shot and you may think, wow, I wouldn't have played it like that, but that's a really good way to go. And, I do think that you do.
So you're constantly analysing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like somebody breaks off and we're talking now, and they break off, and I go, I'd take that one, and that one, and then I play that one. And at some point, if they play a different shot, I may think, oh, I wouldn't have gone that way. But sometime I may think, actually, that's a good way to go. I didn't spot that.
Yeah.
And you have to sort of stick it in the memory bank.
Yeah. So here we go. This for a 4-frame lead, and this is a key period in the match now.
Yeah, like any.
So the bagpipes are playing, and it's a 4-frame lead. And we'll just turn our attention towards the game. I really appreciate it. As I say, I apologise to the viewers that I've totally gone off track from the game. But as I say, the level between these two players, it's kind of spoken for itself so far. And it's as I say, it's not every day I get a chance to speak to guys. So it's really good to get an insight into where you are and what you're doing.
And to be honest, check that out. I was just saying about like the cut break, and I don't like it, and I think they should have to hit the front ball. Mark's just cut broke there, hit him really good, and look at the Reds.
Yeah.
He made a ball into the middle, and I think that's a problem with the cut break. If you don't make a ball directly into the middle, then you don't make one.
Yeah.
90% of the time.
He plays it pretty hard, doesn't he? I mean, a lot of people when they're playing the cut break, a lot of the players are kind of concerned that if you hit the side and the ball goes to side rail, you're going to lose the white off the table. But I think the key is you've got to play it with screw, haven't you? I mean,
you've got to screw it. Obviously, keeps the cue ball down. Obviously,
you can't play it with any top whatsoever.
You have to make sure you hit it flat as well. As in, you can't come up at the top of the backswings. If you strike down the cue ball, then obviously the cue ball can jump into the side rail. So you have to make sure you hit it flat. But the problem is, obviously, if you don't make a ball directly into the middle like you just did, then 90% of the time you don't get that stray ball that's flying around the table that you can make like you can, obviously, hitting them flush. So obviously a huge chance here to go 18-13, and obviously in a race to 25, 18-13 is
a big advantage.
Is a big lead.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think he's been the more solid player. He hasn't looked like making a mistake. Anything where he has to pot a tough ball, he has to cue a long ball, I don't fancy him to miss it.
No.
And to be honest, providing he gets his 18-13, and I think it's probably justified, to be honest, to be 18-13, because to be honest, a couple of mistakes he has made have probably been the easier of the chances he's had, and they were just at crucial times. And in my opinion, he just took a little bit too long, knowing how important the chances were.
Yeah.
Other than those two mistakes, he's played pretty good.
The one thing I mean, we talk about the pace of Mark, and he's pretty slow and methodical. But the one thing I notice about him, he breaks, and then he spends a good minute and a half analysing the table, trying to work out his entire route map, just trying to plan it out in his head, and then he doesn't take quite so much time over the rest of the frame. Then I mean, he'll still step back and take a look at it and where he wants to be, but that first planning.
Yeah.
Is that something you do? Is that crucial? I mean,
no, it is. And obviously somebody as good as Mark is, and the amount that he plays, and obviously somebody that knows the patterns like he does. Other than the odd time, he breaks off and he knows the routes, he knows the patterns, he knows what he needs to do. So obviously it takes that bit of time, and obviously you plan your route, and sometimes you might play a loose positional shot and you have to change the path because you haven't quite landed where you want it to land. So you obviously have to take that little bit more time to sort of recalculate the path, sort of thing.
Taking a long time over this shot.
I think he can maybe. I think it's a little bit thin, but I don't know if he can maybe play it off the yellow into the middle like that.
That's what he did. Great spot. He's back in pretty good shape now.
Yeah, he can just pot the one that's on the line, just drift on and off the top cushion, be dead straight on the one in the middle, dead straight on the one in the other middle. So other than a huge kick, I think it's 18-13.
Never seems to hit anything hard, does he? He's you go to a club game and there's players smashing balls around the table. It's just everything's controlled.
And I think a part of that is, he doesn't really need to hit anything too hard because he times the ball so well. Even if he has to play like a screw shot, for example, the full length of the table, he doesn't have to sort of take his arm off to get there because he times the ball so well. He can just flick it, hit it softly, and still get the reaction on the cue ball.
I mean, there was a grimace. There was a grimace as he was playing that, as he played that shot. But I think that was a bit of the Phil Harrison effect there, wasn't it?
Well,
I mean, he's slightly out of position, but he's got options.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not quite the milkman there, but the reason why the reason why he's grimaced is because he wanted to be dead straight on the ball in the middle. He just literally flicks it in, flicks it in, flicks it in. But now he's come with an angle where he's going to be sort of running into the gap between the black and the red. So he's probably going to have to take the red into the corner like that.
Yeah.
And then he lands ampered a little bit.
Yeah.
And
it's not quite as easy as it should have been.
It's not quite as easy as going stun. And now he's still going to pot this, and he's still probably going to pot the black. But
it just makes it that tiny bit harder. And instead of having a straight black in the middle,
you can't miss. You've got one that you've now got to pot.
Yeah.
And it was all because he, so that grimace was a little bit sort of justified, to be honest.
Not quite Phil Harrison.
Not quite Phil Harrison.
Phil's plumb on the ball and shaking his head and looking up at the skies.
Yeah, I think.
I love Phil Harrison. I love watching him play.
There
you go.
See?
Yeah, and that's cost him the shot.
So he landed with the wrong angle on the ball in the middle. He landed bridging so he could only drop the ball in. And yes, he should have potted it, but had he ran through another 2 inches and it's stunned in the middle, this could be a huge turning point, to be honest, in a match.
Really good.
Because if Clint clears here, or certainly wins the frame, well, I'm not sure about this shot. I think he leaves him this off the side rail. If he hits, you see where the line meets the side rail, the break line.
Yep.
If he hits somewhere near there with a trace of left-hand side, he's going to get close to potting it. Actually, there's a chalk mark that's probably 3 or 4 inches down from the bulk line.
Yep.
Can't quite see from the overhead, but maybe there's a natural line that he doesn't have to use side and come higher up. Maybe he can hit somewhere near the chalk line and just let the cue ball go over the black spot, in between the black spot and the yellow. He's never left him through the gap.
Well, he's had a lash. He's not seen your shot at all.
No, he didn't see it. Wow, look where he's left the cue ball here, though.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty fortunate. So what does Clint do here? I mean, there's no...
I think he missed a bit of a trick there, because I think he could play it quite slow, and providing he gets quite close to it, he gets the black near the hole.
Gets the black over the pocket, yeah. Is there an attacking option here for Clint? I mean, there's not many defensive options. That's the problem, isn't it?
Well, I think he can pot. The yellow he's closest to goes in the middle.
Yeah.
So he can drop that ball into the middle. The cue ball's nowhere, by the way, when he pots it. But maybe the 2 yellows on the right-hand side, maybe the other one goes into the middle. I'm not sure. Or maybe he's going to snick the bottom yellow, half ball, come across the back rail and try and snooker him on the black, but behind the one he's closest to. So the white halfway across the back cushion. He's played it really bad. I think he's left him the double.
He's left the double, yeah.
Wow. He has it. I'm just behind the camera angle there. He's left him absolutely dead straight on the double. If he pots this, for me, it could be match over.
Oh, dear me. There's another key shot. So now Mark's had a couple of decent chances at this frame. He'll be disappointed not to be 18-13. Clint returns to the table. Again, is there I mean, he can obviously attack from here, but is he worried about moving the ball on the side rail?
But he's got sort of 2 balls that are perfect for him to move them. So he's got the one to the right of the black spot, and he's got the one that the cue ball's closest to that he can drop off the top rail and nudge it over the middle. I just think, if you're practicing here, you just get down, the one on the right-hand side that's on the bulk line, you just screw it into the corner, screw off the side rail, land with an angle on the one to the right of the black spot, and just kick it over the middle. and then you've got 4 balls over the middle. And I know that people may be sitting and watching, going, "Yeah, but we're not practicing here. We're playing for 30,000."
Yeah.
But the more you
You've got to
make
put that out
it,
of your head.
the more you make it.
If you build it up in your head,
The more you build this up, like, what am I going to do? And I just think it becomes a little bit sort of too unnatural. Has he left him the edge of this?
I think he has.
So Mark's come round straight away because he thinks he can see enough of it to go side rail, top rail, and cocked at it into the middle.
He's got a big edge.
They can certainly hit enough of the edge to get movement on it. So he's looking at playing the black somewhere where the bulk line meets the side rail, and then go inside. It's actually a little bit higher up than that, but then back rail, and then obviously somewhere near the middle.
So this is it's another big frame. It's the difference between 5-frame lead and a 3-frame lead at this point. Was that the...
See, I said it was a little bit higher up. He actually hit where the bolt line met the rail, and I said about the chalk mark before, that's probably 2 inches up. I think it was more like there.
So someone's saying that John Sullivan's currently beating Stephen Lee 9 frames to 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point about the the cue action to suit the certain disciplines. So like here now, I can just Clint sort of taking his time a little bit, but again, the thing to do is you pot this one, you come off the side rail. I think he has to leave an angle on the ball that's to the right of the black spot and just kick the other ball over the middle while he has as many balls on the table as possible. You see, that's exactly what I was saying. If he'd have played it the first shot, like I said, he got 4 or 5 balls left. Now he's not landed on with an angle to knock it out. So unless he gets the angle and then lands on it, what does he do? Play the double?
Now this is
like textbook stuff.
This is a personal perspective question, because I know it's kind of hypothetical in this situation because the black's in the way, but players often seem quite anal about getting balls out. They have to get a ball out, where sometimes when it's halfway down the rail, they are more than capable.
Absolutely.
I watch so many frames where it's like, why are you trying to get it out? You've had 2 attempts to get it out. You can easily pop that down the rail.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously in this case, he had to, and there was the perfect ball to play its second shot to knock it out, and he still had 4 balls sitting in the middle of the table. And I just think he's not quite thinking clearly.
Yeah.
Because he didn't see the shot, and now he's obviously having to play the snooker. So if he comes off the side rail and hits this and pushes it towards the hole, he's probably going to force him to play the long yellow at the rail.
Pressure on.
Especially if he hits it half ball on the bottom side.
Yeah.
That's the shot. You hit it half ball, dead weight on the bottom side. You can either snooker him or just leave him the one over the middle that you can't clip in. He's in trouble.
Clint's almost hoping for a miracle there, because almost every time Mark's going to get out of his snooker, and Clint's still going to have a...
Well, he's actually playing it two. He's actually playing it 2 rails
to make sure he gets bottom side. Oh wow! He just got it. Yeah. He was definitely trying to get bottom side, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he should have gone 1 rail there, because he's guaranteed to hit it full ball 1 rail. And if he leaves the white where the black is 1 rail, he asks the question.
Yeah. So he's was it the cut and then try the double? Do you think?
I think he's trying to knock it out, is he?
He certainly is.
Now he's dead. Now he can't even play the cross double, can he?
No.
Or can he?
No, I think it's a double kiss. Cross treble.
I think maybe he has to try and double the yellow into the corner, screw the white back down to the top rail somewhere where it is now, and if you pot it, you then play the safety shot with the black, or choose to play the double.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you miss it, then your opponent's got them options.
Yeah.
But either way, you're not leaving him a straight shot at the black. Ideally, you make the double into the corner, and then you flick the black to the middle of the side rail. That was the shot. Oh, you had to miss it. You had to miss it top side though. Oh dear.
Yeah, this is
because obviously if you miss it that side, it's always going to go across the back cushion.
Yeah.
You have to make sure you miss that thin, so it comes back into the middle of the table. Now he snookers him and he's in trouble. Look. Because I think the middle pocket's in the way of the natural angle.
Clint just looking a bit down at the moment. His shoulders seem to have sagged a bit. I mean, he's obviously not having an easy time of it, but you know, he needs to keep his chin up, doesn't he? He's normally very, very relaxed around the table.
Yeah, and I don't think necessarily, you know, obviously the scoreline's not ideal, but I just think the way he's gone about this frame and the chances he's had will definitely hurt him.
Yeah.
Especially now he's missed it.
I mean, I probably just play off the yellow and.
No, I think you
go direct.
Well, yeah, you can either sneak off yellow, put it safe, or you can just put the yellow on the side rail, can't he? And if he puts the white on the side rail, you know, it's. I just think that's absolutely crazy. But
yeah,
he's going to pot it either way. But why not put the yellow in the middle of the cushion and get the cue ball there?
Yeah.
Why put it over the hole? Yeah, he's not going to miss it, but.
It was identical conversations I was having with someone last night. They rarely put someone else's ball safe, and you think if they put it safe, then at least they've got that margin. If they get a kick or something, who knows?
Or even just play directly at the black there. If it hangs over the hole, you got another go at it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that shot, but I don't think it matters. He's won the frame and huge favourite now.
So that was an absolute pleasure. Gaz has stepped away, gone to have a few beers, and thank you so much to him for joining us in commentary. I would have liked to have thanked him on air, but an absolute pleasure for me to be able to commentate with Gareth Potts. I hope you enjoyed that. Apologies if we we drifted away from the action for half a dozen frames there. But as I say, it's not often you get to have an insight into Gareth Potts' life, and I hope you enjoyed it. I know I certainly did. Lovely to hear his opinions and what he's doing, and a little bit about the Chinese pool world. And now we can focus much more on this game. So yeah, thanks so much to Gareth Potts. So yeah, in the other matches going on, the latest I heard that Stephen Lee was trailing John Sullivan by 9 frames to 3. And down in Bridgewater, Carl O'Donoghue is playing Scott Ross, and he is currently 7 frames to 4 in the lead. Looks like he's at the table and going to go to 8-4. But anyway, we are Beard Productions, and we are in Nottingham. We're watching Clint Hansen versus Mark Boyle. Yet again, I will say a massive thank you to Gareth Potts for joining us for an hour and getting the chance to chat to him. That's a real thrill for me. One of the reasons I do this job, spending commentary spells with people like Gareth Potts, Darren Appleton, Chris Melling, to name but a few, Gareth Hibbert, Jack Whelan. It's a real thrill for me. So, and that was just the same. So anyway, Mark leading this game 18 frames to 14. Clint doing what he needs to do there, getting a frame on the board and putting all that behind him. So that's 2 on the bounce for Clint. Pulls the deficit back from 5 frames to 3. And he's got the break in the next frame. So if he can break dish again, 18-16 is just a whole different prospect. And the momentum would be swinging. Another key frame coming up here. Looking for a big break. And that's not what the doctor ordered. Losing the white ball off the break. Unlucky. But these are, well, just absolute dollies. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Mark's balls are all in the open. Not a problem on the table. So the best thing to do is push the yellow to the rail and get one of those balls safe. I mean, I guess if you were in the slightest bit nervous, the ball closest to the blue spot is in a tiny bit of no man's land. So possibly you could move that, but I think push the yellow to side rail, push it safe, and take reds on. He could equally take yellows here. I mean, yellows are absolute dolly droppers. If you move that red over the pocket, then yellows are all there. And it looks like that might be what he's thinking about doing now. I don't know. He's back to plan 1. Go for reds. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going through his mind now. Okay, so it's just a case of developing. As I say, I think equally he could have potted the red over the corner. It would have done the same thing. The yellow potted into that pocket then. So he's clearly choosing yellows. Everyone in the chat box screaming yellows. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They were the ball. I think reds were equally there. Players like you and me said, because I was thinking that too. Anyway, back to my mission for this evening. We currently have 5,944 likes on Facebook. And I'm not talking about liking this stream. It's about liking our Facebook page. If you would be so kind, if you haven't already done so, the only thank you we ask for travelling up to Nottingham this weekend and bringing you the stream. In fact, we're 5,971. We need 29 more likes to push us over 6,000. That would be awesome. So if you would just be so kind to go to our Facebook page and press the like button at the top, and you'll get informed of all the things that we've got coming up this year. You heard Gareth Potts talking about the events at the Players' Lounge. 3 massive events coming up there. All the EPA events we're covering this year, including the Europeans in a couple of weeks' time. and the Worlds, which I think are June, July time. Can't wait for those. Thank you to Chris Willits, and well, thank you to every one of the almost 6,000 people that have liked our page, and it shows how much people love this game, and the amount of likes we had today. It shows how many people love this this match. What a great game it's been so far. Again, a big frame for Mark, this one. And he's taken them really well. You know, people have mentioned about the pace that Mark Ball plays. Don't get me wrong, I love watching exciting pool. I love watching people running out around the table. I love watching John Sullivan play, and he's running around the table, potting them off the rafters. I would love watching Lakin play, but you know, when he's running around the table. But there's something about watching Mark Boyle. It's he's not called Mr. Magic for no reason. He is methodical, but he's just perfectionist. Now then, Clint. We all know that Clint Ianson is absolute top class. There's Santa in the background giving Mark a few words of advice. The Scotland A-team manager there, Stephen Santa Allison. Lovely fellow. Travelled down from Scotland. Super guy. He sorts out all of Mark's games. He owns, well, he did own Pennies in Falkirk, but he's just set up a new club. If you find Stephen Santa Allison on Facebook, you'll see his new club. I think that's called Players as well, and it's a lovely place. Oh, and thank you so much. We've just broken the 6,000 mark, 6,010 likes on Facebook, which is truly a feat. That's fantastic. That's about 10% of our entire likes we've got just today, which is quite incredible. Thank you to every one of you. It does mean so much to us. It increases our profile. Every time you like it, it goes onto your Facebook page. We get more viewers. The more we increase our profile, it gives us more credibility with people that want to advertise with the stream, which means that we're funded to bring you bigger and better streams. That's what it's all about. You're helping us to bring you great streams, just like this one. Carlo Donahue is currently leading Scott Ross 10 frames to 4. John Sullivan in action against Stephen Lee. He's currently leading 12 frames to 6. So a feast of pool this weekend, but you need go no further than Mark Boyle versus Clint Hansen. Mark Boyle needs 6 more frames for victory. Clint needs to beat him 10 frames to 5. That's going to be an uphill battle, but he's doing what he needs to do here. So things tough for Clint here. His positional shot was previous to this one was a bit poor, and he's left it difficult now. He's missed that by a margin. I mean, not just missed it, he's missed that by some margin. So the next target, 7,000 likes. Then can we can we get over 7,000 today? You never know. The conclusion of the Waddingham match again. In fact, if everyone on there likes our Facebook page, we would get over 7,000 because I think between the two streams, Facebook and live stream, there's about 2,000 viewers at the moment. So, and just a mention there that we are streaming on two platforms. So you've got Facebook Live, which a lot of you are watching on. And we've also got live stream. So if you get any problems whatsoever with one, you can always go to the other. Whichever one you go to, Facebook or live stream, just search Beard Productions and you'll find our channel or our page, and you can find us live. So there's two options. Some people prefer one to the other. If you've got the luxury of Android phone, I think you can even probably cast it up to your smart TV. But that's all a bit technological for me. I'm still learning how to turn on the VCR. Big shot, this one. Played it knowing that he would be plumb if he missed it, and safe if plumb if he potted it, and safe if he missed it. I think having to load this one up with right hand side, straighten the ball up. It's a fair effort. Well, that was a huge shot from Mark. I mean, that's as it happened, he wouldn't have left Clint on if he'd missed it. He would have got lucky and hit the yellow. But wow, that could have gone all kinds of wrong from being in total control. And now he's back in prime position. He can screw this straight back off the rail with a touch of right hand side just to reverse the ball off the rail. And there we are, he restores his 5-frame lead, 20-15. And now Clint needs to win 10 frames to 4. This is going to be a seriously big uphill battle, but Clint definitely has the pedigree. He's certainly one of the top players in the country. He was #1 on the IPA back in 2015, and for very good reason, for the fact that he can dig himself out of these holes. But it's going to be a big uphill battle against Mark, who's playing some great pool. People joining us all the way through the afternoon and evening. So we're Beard Productions, and we are at this wonderful club, Spot On in Sneinton. If you haven't been here before, do come and visit. It's a great club, big expanse of a room. And they've got a good dozen snooker tables. Probably, I would say there's enough room. It's hard to say because there's only one table in action with a huge crowd of people around it. Probably, I'd say 200 to 300 people in here. But enough room for comfortably to fit 8-9 pool tables. So they could easily host tournaments in here, and I'm sure they do. They certainly made us feel welcome. It's a great club. The table couldn't be better. Super venue. And thanks also to all of our sponsors. You can see them there on the screen. Without them, we are unable to bring you streams. That's Spot On Cuesports, Jed Ronan over at The Winning Post, who all supports our streams. Thank you very much, Jed. And you see there in the middle, Jason Owen Cues. I'm sure almost all of you to a man are familiar with Jason's work. So many of the top pros use his cues now. Top cue maker. If you want some, if you want a lovely piece of art made for pool or snooker, then get hold of Jason. He'll make you a custom-made cue, and also, of course, the famous Jason Owen breaking cue, which so many professional players are going across to. So yeah, thanks to all of our sponsors. Someone's suggesting Boyle versus Jordan Shepherd. Jordan was on earlier. I'd love to hear what he thinks about that game. I don't think. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jordan is future world champion in my eyes. I think Jordan's wonderful, but I think that it's such a total antithesis between the ways the two player is in styles. That they couldn't be further apart in styles, and I think that Jordan would probably say I couldn't play him because he's too slow. It would just be falling asleep in the chair, I think. But who knows? I mean, that'd be a great game. Love to see it. Love to see Jordan in action again. Actually, he's not had a game, I don't think, a money match since his game against Richard Toomey. And there we go, as if by magic, just as I'm talking about Jordan Shepherd, he's joined the stream. Pops up on my notifications. So yeah, love to see. What do you think about that, Jordan? Yourself against Mark Boyle. Would he be too slow for you? That'd be a cracking game. Two of the biggest contrasts in styles that you could get, I think. Two of my favourite players. Jordan saying not for me, lads. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. It's probably not quite your style, is it? I wouldn't want to see that game anyways. I wouldn't know who to cheer on. I don't think Jordan would be shying away from playing Mark. Just more to do with the clashing style. I don't think Jordan's going to shy away from too many games, to be honest. That would be a great matchup, Mark Farnsworth against Mark Boyle. But you know, you talk about there must be easier games for someone. I mean, there must be easier games for, well, no disrespect to either player. There's probably easier games for both players, but certainly for Mark Boyle. I mean, Mark Farnsworth is, you know, what can you say about the guy? He's probably arguably the best black ball player in the world at the moment. Arguably. You know, constant. Black ball, he's #1 on the IPA. I don't know. Arguably, I don't know. Difficult to say. It's all subjective. He's certainly up there. Potts v Ball would never happen. You just heard Gareth Potts say about the fact he's turned his attention fully to Chinese, and he can't even win a game at the local club now when he turns out for his club team. Can you imagine playing in a club team on a Wednesday night? You pitch up, you're having a couple of beers with the boys, you're playing you know, first division, whatever, world rules or black ball or whatever, and all of a sudden you pick up your cue, you go to the table and you're shaking hands with Gareth Potts. What's that all about? He said, yeah, when they're short, I occasionally play for them. Wow. Now that's the game there. Jordan Evans has called it. Jordan Shepherd against John Sullivan, 20-second shot clock. And the referee had still never called 10 seconds. Never give the 10-second warning. I know Chris Bowron would agree with me. I see Chris in the chat. He'd agree with me with my analysis of Farnsworth there, because I heard him saying a similar thing when he was commentating on Mark's match. I think they're Chris and Mark are practice partners, so Chris probably knows Mark's game better than most people. Hope you haven't spent all your winnings from last week, Chris. Spending them wisely and not on wild parties. I think Mark just needs to turn this ball over a fraction. Again, played it well. He seems to, well, both players, neither of them started out quickly, but both players have slowed down. Gareth Potts was saying earlier about Clint. He usually is a lot faster, but Mark seems to have slowed him down, and it almost seems to be bogging Clint down a bit. And this is clinical stuff from Mark at the moment. I wish I'd started counting his break dishes from the start of the match, because the number's getting high now. Now there's a row of drunken Scotsmen, if I've ever seen them. There's a few bleary eyes in amongst that lot, isn't there? Can you imagine if those boys win tonight, and it's only 9:15, what they're going to be like at about 2 o'clock in the morning? And if only I know, they're definitely not famous for singing the Scottish, are they? It's definitely the Welsh. But these boys are here to have fun, that's for sure. They can't seem to coordinate a song between themselves, but they're definitely here to have fun. So here we go again, Clint to break. Desperate need to get something going. And this just isn't going to help it. Oh, wow. Almost the last ball moving. Drops in the middle. I thought he was going to go dry for a second. But he found a ball. And both balls have got their merits. Both balls have got a bit of an issue. I think all the yellows go apart from the one near the bulk line. Unless that cuts. If it does, he'll play it now. I think it does. He's going for it anyway. Oh no, beg your pardon. He's taking reds. I looked like for all the world he was queuing the yellow. So as Mark Boyle's definitely dampened the local crowd's spirit slightly. Nothing's easy for Clint at the moment, is it? It's just not. It's like walking through treacle. He's not finding a nice flow. Just getting unwanted little kisses. He just needs to find his A game. Is it there? He played that well. Hamper queuing, slightly hamper queuing, but played it really nicely. Again, this needs nice queuing. Just needs to make sure that white ball grips. You see him digging right down into the ball. Just get past the black and he's fine. So there should be a frame on the board to Clint.
That's it.
And this has been a real key, hasn't it? Just clearing down the balls. Struggling towards the end, and then leaving Mark. I mean, Mark can basically do whatever he wants here. Go for a clearance, try and get a snooker. Chances are he'll probably try and get a snooker, so he can move that ball on the right-hand rail. I doubt he'll go for the clearance in one, but he's at liberty to do whatever he wants, isn't he? It looks like he probably will. Maybe will go for the clearance. He's got a couple of chances to try and move that. Probably do it off not this shot, the next shot. And Scott Ross just closing the gap slightly against Carl O'Donoghue. I think it's 11 frames to 6 in favour of Carl. So fair lead, 5-frame lead. Shane Thompson beating Ben Davis earlier today. And at the moment, Mark Boyle is looking good for the money. The thing is, Mark's left this ball down the rail, but where the black is, he's kind of just take a bit of a liberty, can't he? He can go for the pot if he misses it. Clint's only really got a double. So he wasn't under that much pressure to move it. And indeed he's left it, but what's Clint got? I mean, he doesn't double to bottom right. I'm fairly certain it doesn't double to bottom left. So, no, there you go. What a great camera angle. So, your guess is as good as mine here. What kind of magic can you come up with here? Down in St Albans, John Sullivan is leading Stephen Lee 15 frames to 9. And I heard there's yet another money match going on today. Corey Reese against Jeff Allen. Goodness me, there's 4 massive matches tonight. Incredible. I don't think there's ever been a weekend with this kind of action. But keep it here with Beer Productions. Clint needs to Feinstein. Yeah, not much he could do there, Clint. Sad to see such a quality player struggle like this. It's just as I said before, it's an uphill battle that's getting steeper. He needs to find something soon. Now that, ladies and gents, I have to say, is the way that a referee should control a game. So what happened there is, at the start of the match, the referee said, "You won't take anything from any of the players, from any of the crowd." He said, "Any problems whatsoever, you're out the door. No warnings." So they were told, and as Mark was about to break, somebody in the crowd shouted something out, and the referee just went down and said, "You got to go," and the doorman threw him out. No messing approach. That's the way it should be. Wish every game was controlled that same way. Yeah, nothing major. As I say, just somebody shouted out on a shot. They'd been warned that they would be thrown out, and they were thrown out. As I say, you so rarely see that. You see things, you see handbags at 5p. I mean, we've witnessed it all. We're streaming games, and the referee just tends to stand there and wonder what to do. Whereas this guy is no nonsense. Someone asking the score in the Scott Ross game. I looked about 5 minutes ago. He's 11-6 down. So one half of the. Oh wow! Well, that's like the proverbial rocking horse dung, isn't it? Mark Boyle missing a shot in open play. Very rare sight. So Clint with a chance. Again, that's another miss. That's a poor miss. I mean, it wasn't for any second thinking defensively, but if he'd have taken the bag there, he'd have made things a bit more difficult for Mark. But, just struggling with his game. So one game that would be of interest. Maybe a game between Mark Boyle and Carlo Donahue, the two victors. Well, I say two victors. I'm speaking well out of order there. Neither player's won. What I meant to say was the two players that are currently leading tonight to play each other. Mark Boyle versus Carlo Donahue. I think Mark's right up for that game. Whether that be in Scotland or Ireland or a neutral venue, I don't know. I don't know if Carl's made Somerset his new home. He's playing there tonight. Anyway. So lucky. He's played that off the black. He couldn't double it. He couldn't straighten that up. So he just had to glance the black, and that would have been some pot if he'd have made that. Yeah, I know it's a game that the Scottish lads are certainly interested in, especially if they both win tonight. I know Mark loves a money match. He'll be looking for more. So there we go. Clint needs to just step it up now. Find his pace, find his rhythm. Start putting these clearances away. Question there from Peter, asking who provides the 30,000. Is it the two players? What what happens in these games is the players obviously agree to play each other, and then they tend to agree on an amount. They might say, well, we'll play for 5,000 each, and each player would obviously have his own he'd have his own interest in that, and it might be that would be up to the player whatever he wants to put in. If he wants to put in 1,000 or 2,000 or all of the money. Some players might put in all their money, but it's very rare. And then from there the pot kind of builds and it snowballs as friends and associates and people that just have an interest in pool, they all get in contact with the respective managers, and the pot just gets matched on either side. I mean, this game was billed a few days ago at 20,000, and it's ended up at 30,000, and that's just because both players had 15,000 a match. And I would imagine out of the 200 people stood watching this game, there's probably about 30 or 40 of them, minimum, that have got a financial interest in it. So there'll be a number of people. There'll be some big backers who have got several thousand. There'll be some small backers who have probably, just got 50 quid or 100 quid. And everyone comes together and builds a pot, and then it just gets matched on both sides. And that's how it works in these games. The player takes a cut, and that depends on each player. Not every player takes a cut. 90% of the players take a cut, maybe 95. Some don't. But yeah, and the cut would tend to be normal is 20%, depending on what kind of edge they've got. So you're basically getting 4 to 5 on your money. 500 gets you a return of 900 if your horse wins. So the players could be on a free roll, could be on a total free roll. These two players could have nothing invested in the game whatsoever. I would hope they hadn't. I would hope they both have an interest in it, because if you can't back yourself, how can you expect other people to back you? But games do happen on a regular basis where the player in question has no financial interest in themselves and they just take a percentage if they win. It's a bit of a cop-out, I think. Personally, I think it's a free roll. How can you go into a game giving 100% when you're on a total free roll, knowing that if I win, I win. If I lose, oh well, okay, I want to win for my mates, but it's not going to cost me any money. I'm sure that doesn't go through players' minds, but it's just. So the crowd's still in the house. That's over at all the local lads, Nottingham side. That's just around the side of the table. There's a big throng of people towards the end of the table. So just a quick bathroom break there, and the players are now back, and Clint's ready to go again. So, can he make the comeback? We've seen bigger comebacks than this on Beard's streams. It can happen, but not when you're going in off the break. Clint's done that a few times now in the latter stages, hasn't he? That's I mean, in black ball rules, it's essentially more often than not gifting the frame to your opponent. It's pretty much gifting the frame, because now Mark's got his first free visit, and none of his balls are safe. I would think, if it was me personally, the red ball that you see in between the 4 yellows at the top of the table, it's an obstruction, and I would push that to the side rail. Get it off the table, or not off the table, but get it into a safe place in case something does go awry in your break, and that opens up the table for your 4 yellows, and all the other yellows go, and the black goes to bottom right, and he's got a yellow to play to get on it. So I think, see, there's a shot I personally cannot comprehend. Why would you ever pot that ball? What benefit do you get of potting that ball? Why would you not just push it onto the side rail? I mean, the chances are he's going to clear these anyway. But what if he gets a kick? What if something happens? Why not just push that ball onto the side rail? I mentioned it earlier. I'll mention it again. I'll get on my high horse on this one. No point potting that ball. But, you know, what can I say? Mark's a top player. Who am I to question him? But, yeah, it just seems odd to me. You push that ball onto the side rail. It's just another safe red. Something does go wrong. I think he's perfect here. He can pot this, run through a few inches, and leave himself a slightly off straight angle to pot the yellow into the top left, stun down the table somewhere near the middle bag, pot the yellow, screw back, black into the same pocket. Just needs to run this through a few inches. I think he's straighter than he wants to be. It looks dead straight from here. Wow. Touch of angle. Just need to run it through a couple more inches just to make this really easy, but it's still fine. It's still fine. You can see him putting the right hand side on the ball, just to screw it down the table, and that is A1 position. Sean Brearley saying, why push a ball safe? It's negative. Just stay confident. But I know what you're saying. 99 times out of 100, he's going to clear that up. And I don't think it's negative, but everyone gets a kick. If he had a kick at any point during during that frame and he breaks down, then he's going to wish that he pushed that yellow safe. Sorry, the red safe. That's my only point. I don't think it's negative. There's nothing negative about whether you pot your opponent's ball or push it onto a rail. I think it just makes sense. So here it is at 23 frames to 17. Mark Boyle needing just 2 more for victory. Clint Ianson needing to just find about 4 more gears at the moment, because he needs to now win this 8 frames to 1. And the way Mark's been breaking in this latter half, that's, well, the bookie's going to give you some pretty long odds on Clint. And just as I say that, Mark goes dry. So for Clint, it's just 1 ball at a time. It's just 1 frame at a time. All he can do is just keep potting balls and see where he ends up. That's all he can do. Is that someone offering 1 to 16 on Mark? It's probably, I don't know. I haven't got a clue. I don't know what's fair. As I say, Clint needs to win 8-1. Another unwanted kiss. When Gareth Potts was on commentary earlier, we were talking about just those little touches and brushes that Mark seems to have just got right throughout the match, and Clint must be really frustrated. Those little touches. There's another one there. It's just making life so difficult. I mean, look at this shot he's left with now. Just to focus is still there. Just a few words with himself. Probably more out of frustration than anything else. He knows he's not brought his A game today. He knows he's got a different level. Gaz earlier was saying that the key was the pace he's played. He knows Clint quite well, and so Clint's pretty quick player. Look where he's left this white though. A bit fortunate there. It's easy enough for Mark just to probably just play the little dab and the reg, lead the snooker. Delicate little shot, isn't it? It's one of those. Oh wow. Delicate little dab shot. He was obviously a bit too close to the rail. I thought he'd was sure to double kiss it. So he's tried to play it across the table, but yeah, he's got that. He's got that wrong by a margin. Even the pace. Tricky little shot. But yeah, Clint got a bit fortunate there with his fine cut, leaving the white where he did, but deserves a bit of fortune. Not had a lot as the game's gone on. So a bit of an escape there from for Clint with that unforced error from Mark. As I say, Clint deserved a bit of fortune, so now he needs desperately needs a ball off this break and a break dish, but he's not found one. God, he must be so frustrated. What does he need to do? You can see him shaking his head, just struggling. But he's left nothing easy here. That's a saving grace. I don't think the red passes into the top right pocket. And then you got these two balls that are tied up. He should be able to knock them into play now. By playing the red in the corner. But then he's got the problem with the one near the left-hand cushion as well. So by no means give me this one. You'll see him move these two reds off this shot. No, he's actually tried to go across and move the one that's on the right-hand rail. Which, I guess he felt he had another red adjacent to those two that he could use to knock those out. So he's not played it well. And now it's well, I think his only option is this long red to bottom left. John Broad, man after my own heart. Do it the American style. Yeah. Those, it's just like a different language, isn't it? I love watching American pool, but goodness me, putting some English on that ball. Where'd you get that from? I mean, we call it side because you hit the side of the ball. English. We call it a double. It's a logical name. A bank shot. What's it got to do with a bank? Oh, Colin, yeah, a plant and a carom. Neither one of them make too much sense, but yeah, it's a shot that's got to have a name. So, but the other ones, there's no logic behind it. I'd love to know the logic behind English or a bank. Scratching. Oh, Jamie Ellis, look at that. It's named after the French for a mace. Yeah, big up to David Carey. That's a great comment there. There's always going to be mistakes, for goodness sake. These guys are playing for £30,000. No one can question either of their pedigree. Clint, one of the top players in the country. Stephen Lee beaten 21 frames to 11. Yeah, Gareth Potts was talking about the having a cue action for a certain cue sport, wasn't he? I mean, John Sullivan's a class player, but I thought Stephen might have got closer on that one. But how many snooker players make the transition across? There's not too many, is there? They probably don't bother because most of them just retire on a fat pension. But that's something else, isn't it? Scott Ross getting beat by Kyle O'Donoghue. I mean, there's no surprises. I mean, it's 16-6. Carr is top player, but so is Scott. No scoreline there should be a shock to anybody, I don't think. I mean, it's two top players. Anything can happen, but 16-6. My goodness. I was offered some money on Carl as well, but I turned it down, not for the reason that I didn't fancy him to win. I just couldn't call a winner, and I really enjoyed both players, and I didn't really want to be cheering one or the other. I had no real opinion on which one was going to win. But Carl's doing the job. Clever shot there from Mark. It wasn't quite what he wanted, not quite the result, but using the double kiss to get the white ball back into safety and get one of his difficult reds out. He's pushed at the top cushion, which isn't quite what he wanted, but all the same, he's not left Clint anything here. And Clint returns a favour. Edgy frame, this one. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's I mean, this is obviously a massive frame. It's a massive frame for both players. Doesn't seem at 23-18, but Mark clearly wants to get across the line as soon as possible. This puts him on the hill, and puts all the balls in his court. If Clint wins it, he's within 4. Mark still needs 2. The pressure's just slightly increased. And we were talking earlier. I mean, obviously, I don't know, anyone recently joining us, they would have missed. We had Gareth Potts in the commentary between I think sort of frames 20 and 30, somewhere around about that time, and he's pretty much given up playing 8-ball. He said that he can't even play the game anymore. He literally, the balls are so small and light, he can't control them anymore. He's totally focused on 9-ball, and that's his career now. So any talk of 8-ball matches, they're never going to happen because he's playing the Chinese game. But his challenge is still out there for £100,000. He will play on a Chinese 8-ball joy table against anybody in the world, playing Chinese rules, so 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball. The challenge is still thrown out to the world. We said it on air earlier on. Aidan Pinney talking about Stephen Lee's cue action, and you're right. However, there are a few anomalies there because Chris Melling has got a massive backswing, and Chris Melling can turn it on any table. Yeah, really interesting chat there with Gareth Potts earlier. If you missed it, then this recording will be on live stream at some point in the very near future. So head back through. Really interesting talking to Gareth between it was after the break, after frame 20 for probably a dozen frames. We had him in the chair for about an hour and a half. That was really interesting talking about, I noticed there's a conversation in the chat box talking about the switch between rules and the switch between rule sets. It was really interesting listening to him say that, Stephen Hendry really isn't the best Chinese 8-ball player, whereas you'd think he would be. But he struggles with it a bit because he probably doesn't practice it. And he said that it is essential that you practice it constantly to be any good at it. So just without names and saying these players would be great. This needs to be some shot from Clint. Not quite sure what he's looking at. That's a great effort. That really is so unlucky. And that's the first shot, pretty much the first shot in the match played with any kind of real pace. Barely played a hard shot. Look at that, beautiful cueing. So unlucky. Swipes his cue through the air in frustration. Hardly surprising. Just a quick reminder to anybody who's joining us late in the evening. Firstly, welcome. You're watching Beer Productions from Spot On Sneinton Club in Nottingham. You're watching Clint versus Mark Boyle. Tonight we were really happy that we went over 6,000 likes on Facebook, but please, if you haven't already done so, please just hop onto our Facebook page. You've probably found us through Facebook. If you haven't, if you found us through somebody else's thread, then please do just go to our Facebook page. It's Beer Productions. Just type in Beer Productions into Facebook. You'll go to our page and you'll see a like button at the top of the page. If you could click that like button, it would be greatly appreciated by us, and it's all we ask in recompense for this this stream today.
Everywhere we went that night, man, you could just see all the guys. Fucking.
Here's a question then. So many money matches in pool. Why do you rarely see money matches in snooker and almost never at the top level? Why do you not see, I don't know, Stuart Bingham challenging Ali Carter to 20 grand a man or something? It happens in American pool. It happens in English pool. In virtually every format of American pool. But it doesn't really happen in snooker. I mean, it probably happens on a club level. So they make enough. You think it's because they make enough in their sport that they don't need to worry about. So you think that every one of these 8-ball matches are played for the money? Or are they played because the players love competing at this level? Maybe it's because there's enough organised snooker events and they do enough competing. I don't know. Because I bet these guys aren't just doing it for the money. Money's a big factor, of course. They're doing it because they love playing money matches. They get a thrill. They get pride. They like challenging themselves. And let's not forget, there must be hundreds of players on the periphery that are going to Q school year on, year out, trying to get their professional pass, who don't particularly earn a lot of money out of snooker. I mean, I know what you're saying, the top players, they might not need to, they might not need the money, but there must be peripheral players who think would play for 10 grand a man and get back in to do so. I don't know. I just threw it out there. Anyway, Mark Ball's on the hill. That's the important thing. It's 24 frames to 18. And he's broke. And he's potted 2 reds. Off the break. And he's working his way through the yellows. He was trying to nudge that yellow out. From the angle I was looking at there, it looked like that white was careering straight down the middle bag. So it was a fortunate little kiss he got there. So if, whoever wins this game, if it be Mark, we will try and get an interview with him after the game. We'll try and get him to come over and sit with us and have a chat. It might take a few minutes because obviously a lot of people are going to want to congratulate him. But yeah, it might take us a few minutes, but we'll try and get him across in the chair and have a chat with him about the game. Just a quick few minutes and congratulate him if he indeed is the winner. If not, and Clint makes a dramatic comeback, then it could well be Clint in the chair. So yeah, after the conclusion of the game, stick around for a while and we'll get a few words with Mark. We hope to anyway. He's normally fairly amenable.
No, when he wins this one, that's 485. Boddington was only one at me.
Stuart Piper asks a great question. I wish I knew the answer. Why don't they show more pool on TV? I think there's a massive audience. I think there's a big audience when the Moscone Cup's on, and that's American pool. I think English pool is crying out for it. I think there's a big audience out there waiting to watch it. They used to, didn't they? They used to televise some events on. I remember seeing some on Sky Sports, but not for some time. I wish they would. It's going to take someone like Barry Hearn to get behind it. Anyway, this is where it's really key. This is Mark Boyle with this black ball, which is fairly straightforward the way he's been playing tonight. Up the rail for a 25-18 win. He's got it. Oh, no, great big congratulations to Mark Boyle. What a fantastic win. That really is convincing. And unlucky, very unlucky to Clint. Hats off to him. Just didn't get the run of the ball today. Just didn't bring his A game. He'll be disappointed, but he'll definitely bounce back. He is a top player. Been an absolute pleasure bringing in this game tonight. We thought it was going to be a hill match and a very late night tonight. But as it is, it's a fairly convincing win there for Mark Boyle. As I say, we will try and grab him and guide him over to the commentary box. So we'll do a little interview with him. But all the English people showing their respects as well to a great player in Mark Boyle. So hats off to Mark. Thanks so much for joining us. As I say, don't leave us. We'll try and get Mark in for an interview. But if you do have to leave us, thanks so much for joining us. We've been Beard Productions. From myself, Nick Finn, from Paul Moulding and George. If you have to leave us, then we will say good night and bid you a fond farewell. But, as I say, we'll try and get Mark in the commentary box after he's taken his plaudits from his fans. So yeah, we're just trying to track down Mark now, have a few words with him. So Mark's just making his way across the room now. So here we are with Mark. How was that for you?
Oh, torture. Absolutely torture.
Torture?
Oh, I felt like I couldn't see the balls at times.
Really?
Yeah, I was just glad to fall over the line because, or even that final black, I done the preparation to the shot and I'm just saying, just go in, please just go in, you know, because I couldn't see it.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
So you're struggling with your eyes, or is it just a...
I've had a wee bit of problems with my eyes lately, but I'm going back in to get my eyes tested and hopefully get the laser treatment. I had that before, but as long as you do the preparation to every shot, you shouldn't go wrong.
I've got to say, Mark, it wasn't noticeable. I mean, I don't know how many balls you've missed in open play there, but probably about 3 in the whole match, isn't it? I mean, that was an incredible standard of pool.
That was brilliant. It was even the atmosphere, everybody that's came today, even Clint supporters, my supporters, it was the best of order. It was brilliant to be part of. I just felt like I never settled, you know. I think Clint maybe could tell you the same because he looked nervous at times, and I was just glad to win.
Yeah. I mean, massive congratulations. It just seemed to go. It seemed to go kind of frame for frame earlier. You win a couple, he win a couple. No, I mean, but the thing was, you always had your nose ahead. He was only ahead twice in the match, and he just went ahead one frame, and you bounced straight back at him. I mean, that's a key early doors, isn't it?
Yeah, that's more. It could be obviously the way the balls break, but it's mentally hard as well.
Because then you pulled ahead. You pulled ahead like 4 or 5 frames. What was the key difference there for you? I mean, were you just finding your break suddenly?
Yeah, my break killed. My break.
Sorry, buddy.
My break killed me at the start. I was doing a side break and it just felt like the balls weren't running, and then I moved to the middle and then they just weren't splitting, so I moved back to the side and I just took a bit off it and they just split like cherries at times.
Yeah.
You know, I was either going to get one or I was going to leave them sitting. So I just thought it's the only way I can go because I don't like fudgy frames.
Yeah, and Clint just struggled with his game, didn't he? It just wasn't.
I heard this is his first match, like home match here.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of pressure on itself. Myself playing in Scotland, it's a total different type of pressure. You just feel like everybody's on your case. Everybody's like, hey, come on, Mark, focus, Mark. And you just feel like you can't settle.
And it's strange you say that because everyone talks about the big home advantage of, playing at home in front of your home crowd and they'll cheer them. But you're right, it's so much like it's the people you know and they're in your ear. And
but the thing is as well, if I went behind today, because they were cheering big when he went level at the start, and then they were cheering big when he went to like 2 behind, and it just felt like if he got the wee edgier to go ahead, then the place would have erupted, and then I would have totally changed the game and just the atmosphere of the place, because I think I kept him quiet at times.
Yeah.
You know, managed to keep him top of that.
So, what's next then?
Retirement. I can't take this anymore.
Get your eyes sorted out.
Yeah, get my eyes.
Who's next on the agenda though? Have you got anyone lined up?
No names. I think everybody in the IPA, top players at every country, I just love playing them. It's how you just want to challenge yourself. I couldn't put a name out there because everybody's as good as each other on their day. Anybody could beat me on a day, anybody could beat Clint on their day. Even if Gareth Potts came back, it was Gareth Potts could get beat on his day, you know. There's a man there. Thanks, Gareth. Cheers, mate. No, thank you. Cheers.
That was Gareth Potts just stepping in. Anyway, Mark, I know your fans want to speak to you. I won't keep you here any longer.
My fans are my friends.
Your fans and your friends,
my friends, they're all my friends.
Brilliant. They've made a long trip down and you've rewarded them with a win.
No.
You're one of my favourite players for sure. I love watching you on stream.
Do you really?
I mean, you're one of the most measured and considered players out there, and your Q action is wonderful. Gareth was commentating with us earlier. He had nothing but good things to say about your
Appreciate
patterns
that.
and your cue action. He was bigging you up big style, and most deservedly so. It's been a pleasure again to watch one of your games, and all I got to say is a massive congratulations. You're going home 30 grand richer. So.
Perfect. I'm sure the kids will be happy.
Absolutely. All the best, Mark.
Right, thanks,
Until
man.
we meet again. See you soon, mate.
Brilliant.
Bye-bye now. So from us at Beer Productions, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again very, very shortly. We'll be up in Blackpool for I think our next event's in Blackpool in a couple of weeks at the European Championship. So we shall see you from Blackpool. Signing off, my name's Nick Finn from Paul Moulding and George Satorian. What a fantastic job they did this weekend. Congratulations and well done to them. And we will see you all again very, very soon. Good night.